Welcome to the waning days of Super Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our continuing look at everything we can get our hands on in the original Mario Maker before Wii U and 3DS servers go offline in around about 11 days. I'm not actually sure what time of day the shutdown will happen at, but we should probably plan accordingly, but it will be on the 8th of April. This is our second day of play through levels by Magatoro, who is a maker that we know quite well in Maker 2. Now, we were kind of stuck in the weeds for a little bit in the last stream, in that we just barely crashed out of the levels in September 2015. Partly that's because we spent about 3 hours grinding out this one here, and we wound up getting a world record by a significant margin for our trouble. And then we wound up grinding up this one here, which of course did not go well, as you can see from the lack of a clear flag. We got as far as the Bowser fight in this early pre-Fire Clown car shooter, and didn't quite make it out beyond that. Got to the final pipe, basically, but we made it there once and just never recovered our position again. So, given that time is very short in Maker 1, we really can't realistically expect to complete everything, especially things with lower clear rates, like perhaps this Killer Juggler level that's been sitting on 6 total clears since October 2015. But the effort here will be to see as much as we can today, so we will probably bail out of the levels sooner than we've been doing so far over the course of this series in the past few months, but we do want to cover the profile as fully as we're able. So, with that preamble out of the way, let's continue with Magatoro as we get into October 2015. And Mario, this is entirely a personal list, actually. If you're wondering about how we kind of put that together, it is a combination of makers who I might know from 1 or 2 single levels that I was really impressed with in Maker 1, makers that I was really impressed with in Maker 2, which is the case here with Magatoro, and other makers that came very personally recommended by other people who knew Maker 1 very well and were active in the scene and the community at the time. So it's been kind of a mix so far, and we've tried to, diversify between styles and diversify over the kinds of levels and makers that we're likely to receive. So it's still inevitably only going to capture a narrow band of the Mario Maker community at large, but the idea is to come out of this adventure with the sense that we've seen a very satisfying sense of what the game was like. So, yeah, and I have, incidentally, on the Discord, the codes channel, been updating a list of the level codes associated with each of the makers that we've featured here in the series so far since January. We've been through about 20 to 30 by now, I think. Anyway, as I was saying, Bowser and Airship looks like it's just actually a rebuild of this level that we were grinding through yesterday. This was about 0.5 clear rate. This one is about a 13%. As you can see, I think it's a lot of the general framework and architecture of the Airship that was just copied and edited into a completely new level. So we'll see structurally how that compares, because obviously this is something that looks to be much, much easier. So let's see it. Maybe we won't die to the hammer at the very beginning. But yeah, we definitely have not been going by popularity or medals. It's been a lot of following personal curiosity. So given that we cleared the previous one, we can see some of the differences already. It's just a Koopa up front instead of a hammer. And previously, well, we got to know that other level very well. Was a Buzzy Shell here. Now there's a 1-up, because you don't need a Buzzy Shell to cut through somebody here. There's no Death Trap over here either. And it looks like there might be a branch like there was in the previous level, so given that, I think I will actually want to try out the second branch first, since we never successfully cleared the original hard version of this one, which was full of rocky wrenches, chucking things at you the whole way through. So, as you can see, a much smoother experience here as we just bypass that immediately. Yeah, this was then visibly a total easy mode overhaul of that level that we got to know exceptionally well. Then you have kind of a branching path over here as well. And this looks like a total redesign, though. It's not anything resembling the room that we saw. And looks like you can trade up to a spiny head over here. That's on the assumption that you take a point of damage, perhaps, and then hop out of there. And then, given that we're not really going to be able to reverse course, we'll just make our way up, and we don't have anything to up throw towards the question block, unfortunately. So we'll just continue this way instead. And see where this goes. We might even play this twice to see the branching paths. Since... oh! Okay, this will be fairly straightforward, I think. I mean, even better if he hops on a spiny hat, but I'm too late to do it now. So yeah, kind of stereotypical little infinite power-up fight, but that's how you know it's been nerfed. So we don't have to go through that whole puzzle thwomp sequence that was in the previous version. I guess we should just up throw the bombs towards him. We know that takes forever, though. We actually do want the thwomp to just crush him. If we can. And the thwomp will end up in the clown car, but there we go. Now, will we have access to a POW somewhere? Yes, we will. Oh, POW, please. If we can just whack the thwomp from the other side, perhaps. I think I actually have to up throw it or let him stomp it. Or... oh. That's sort of interesting that POW won't do that for me, but maybe we'll tilt him up and then have him whack the POW. Come on. No. Oh. Okay. Because it looks like we are supposed to take the clown car up, as we would suppose. Unless, of course, we just use the POW and go through this door, which I think is actually the idea. Or was that? Yeah, that is the idea. Oh no, that maybe is the other way in. I think that might actually be the other way in. Let's float down. Yeah, maybe this was actually the other way up. It is, it is. We looped around. This is October 2015. I think just re-entering a door using a POW, like we do in a very standard puzzle interaction, was maybe less well known. But yeah, you're supposed to get the thwomp out of the clown car so you can ride the clown car. So, we'll come back here and fight him again. If we can just bump Bowser out to the thwomp once again, and... yeah. Yeah, it would be nice if we could get out of the way here, and then... oh, we've got 60 seconds, too. Because we spent so long doing this. Yeah, I think we need him to stop it, because the POW throw into the clown car actually doesn't work, which surprises me. So, let's just try to bump him up a little bit. He'd kindly like to go up. I think we trapped him into position. Gotta give him a little bit of distance here. 20 seconds to do this. That's okay, if we time out, we'll just take the other road. Come on. Yeah, the thing is, we can lift him. Maybe we just catch the POW at the second time, will we? Oh, or we can just drop it on him like that, okay. That didn't work previously because it pushed the clown car. But... yeah, I did up throw it, but it pushed the clown car earlier, and so that totally didn't work. Anyway. Plenty of time to spare, as you can see. I do want to see how the other side of what was called the 2A room in the last version was actually nerfed. So we'll run this again quickly. Yeah, I tried the up throw first, and the problem with the up throw is that it collided with the clown car before it collided with the thwomp. And so... a much, much smoother experience for us this time. Like I said, we really got to know the other version inside and out. Yeah. Sort of interesting to see this dramatic a rebuild. But I think we'll figure out quite a lot about how Maker's revised as we go along. So, just possibly rewarding in its own way. Let's carry this with us. It's likely to maybe collide with a cannonball somewhere and we'll just lose it, but... Yeah, so everything is pointed straight down. You don't have crisscrossing diagonals. Everything here is placed over donut blocks, so we can just cross to donut blocks. Mostly, I think. Yeah, mostly. Whereas we had this really precise jump timing in the previous version that we required in order to get through this. So now it's actually possible to sneak through, which is not the case before. And B minutes, welcome. Hope you've been doing well on your end of things. So yeah, we previously saw the left side, we also saw the right side, so we'll just speed through this quickly and get back up to the swamp room. Won't have the spiny head on this side, of course, but... Oh, you know what? Spiny head actually would have cut through the swamp quite nicely, but that's okay, we'll just do it this way. Anyway. Yeah, so this whole area was just completely redesigned. Okay, we'll dunk him quickly this time. And just get out. This time with actual time to spare, which is an improvement. Alright, let's keep going. Submarine Labyrinth. I love how this... Look at the level code for this one. It starts with beef. Beef is 0000. That's one of the more memorable Mega 1 level codes that we're likely to see, I think. Anyway, let's enter the beef. Okay, anyway. Let's put this on. And yeah, we did a bit of a cheap swim previously in one of the early levels, I think. And we'll just make our way down gently. This is how you know it's Maker 1, massive semi-solid stacks everywhere to really fill out the whole place. And a throwback to the time when fish bones were really just dry bones. In the palette. So yeah, this one is very much just a relaxed underwater decorative exercise more than anything, I think. In general, I talked about this a lot with Maker 2 as well, that the underwater themes are rather lovely to look at relative to a lot of the other ones. POW to get through the Muncher Gate, obviously. And of course, because their water levels are just, you know, generally underused, and you only see so much that is done to take advantage of that. Looks like it would be P-switch down there. Unless we had something we could use to whack it. Maybe this just gives you a P-switch. It does. As expected. We can even grab a POW over to the next room. I wonder if these are going to be just symmetry doors, or it really looks like it might be the case. You need Mario Kart Maker. Yeah, there's some people who are pretty heavy into Mario Kart 8 modding It was actually the case with one of the makers that I featured a while ago, I think. I was looking up what happened to this guy because he didn't seem to make it from Maker 1 to 2, and it turns out he really got into Mario Kart modding. This was Squaddaloo, who I don't know myself, but was kind of heavily recommended by people who were active in Reddit Mario Maker back in 2015. We can go through here, but why would I? Is there anything like a sizable bonus? I guess you can just sort of explore this whole area non-linearly, and you have a couple of different passages that you can go through. But it's much easier to swim with the POW, which is why we're doing it. And can we go down? No, we can't. I wonder if we're obstructing something that was supposed to spawn from the pipe, though. Unless it was actually just a boo ring that spawned from the pipe, which is entirely possible. Anyway, let's head on up. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily have an ideal Maker game that isn't already, well, Mario Maker. I think Mario Maker was always kind of the idea that was most innately appealing. And which already existed in some sense in the form of ROM hacks, but I think it's not quite the same thing for various reasons. Probably a P-switch off of this pipe that we have to step on, and which we obviously can't pick up because it would be separated. Although Yoshi could pick it up from the side, that's the interesting thing here. We are going to bust that open, I just am wondering what's going on here. I would have expected that to be something like a POW spawn. I mean, yeah, there's no expectation that we would have just taken the POW with us all the way here, but what we'll do is we'll take the P-switch and we're just going to swim over to the other pipe to see what the situation was with how the POW was supposed to be obtained. Because this is Flower, and this must have been interesting that it wasn't any kind of slot for the POW. Wonder how you were kind of expected to do that then, given that we took the POW with us from the previous room. Oh, let's watch the chops here. RPG Maker is something you've always wanted to get into. Yeah, that makes sense, just given how much you play JRPGs. And as I've often talked about on stream, my sort of main Maker scene prior to Mario Maker would have been Blizzard RTS games, specifically Warcraft 3 and to some extent StarCraft 2, although there were issues with it that led to a lot of the custom scene comparatively dying out in that game. But yeah. Oh, regular chase. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you already kind of have a concept for an RPG story in mind. Just somewhere in your own notebooks or wherever you keep information. Or your own idea of sprite art that you would like. But not surprising to me that RPGs in a classic style were one of the genres that underwent such an indie-led renaissance in recent years. I think that's true of a lot of things that came out of the Super Nintendo era of design in particular. That's true of platformers as well, obviously. And the entire Metroid format as well. That, you know, a lot of this kind of genre, and I think this definitely applies to things like party-based JRPGs with turn-based battle systems, for instance. Basically, all these genres felt like they were cut off prematurely in the 2D to 3D transition on home consoles in the late 90s, you know, and there was so much unfinished business with that is absolutely no surprise that people find themselves returning to the classics and trying to figure out how to pick up where they left off. And I think that's generally what's been going on. It's not really just nostalgia speaking, it's more that people realized there was quite a lot more to be done that the major studios just abandoned all of a sudden. I didn't know you were working on a book. Actually, but perhaps I just wasn't around when if you mentioned it on stream. Anyway, here's Mole Adventure. Okay, let's go. Yeah, it's sort of interesting to see that there has been, in some ways, such a hostile reaction to AI content generation, which is understandable, you know, because people don't want independent artists to be losing work to things that aren't handcrafted, right, and which are just done cheaply. But at the same time, the kind of accessibility issues with development when it comes to cost are things that are specifically what a lot of sort of modern AI generative systems are capable of resolving. Now, we're supposed to delete model down. I'm just trying to do it. Or am I supposed to? No, I think I'm supposed to be deleted across, actually, not down. Actually, it's very easily going to get across. I mean, obviously one is better off with, you know, handcrafted content where you actually hire people to do things, but obviously that carries a certain amount of risk where you know, if you're kind of a solo developer who's trying to pitch something or prototype something with a limited set of technical capabilities, then it looks like that's kind of a future compromise that things like AI generation might reach. Is that, okay, you know, you might intend to hire people to put together a finished work in the long term, but as a kind of provisional avoidance. Oh, we're supposed to upthrow this, yeah. Oh, and upthrow is actually going to give you this instead, although I wonder if I was supposed to dunk that. I mean, I guess Divine Climb gates off the P-switch. But yeah. Oh, you've been working on the book forever, and it's been one of your bucket list things, yeah. I feel like a lot of people have that to some extent, if, you know, they're from any kind of literary background, but it's a bigger undertaking than people give it credit for, right? Now, you know, having known a lot of people who are published, I feel like we weren't supposed to kill the Twomp, were we? Oh, no, that's the goal, okay. We're mole. Yeah, so this is stuff that's from very, very early on in the first few weeks of the game. This is still before the checkpoint patch in October 2015, I think. Yeah, because the thing about writing in general is that it's a field that is full of people who think they can do it and don't know how little they know, don't know how bad they are, and also don't respect the craft. And that a lot of the discourse about it as a field, I think, is sort of overly polluted by people who just want to, you know, cash in on ebook searches on Amazon or something and optimized accordingly. Okay, so this is the Killer Juggler at 0.35. Like I said, we're probably not doing too many long grinds today. Just because there's so little time left to make one. Unless there's something really technically spectacular that we want to look at. So we'll put in a couple of attempts here, but I don't necessarily expect that we'll clear it. In spite of the fact that previously in this series we have been trying to do what we can. Oh, okay, no, this is the Pink Birdo Pow Juggle mechanic. Yes, this is what it is. It's the head bonk juggle mechanic. and you reset it. And given that's a 0.35 even with resets, that's concerning. But actually, this is very technically interesting, in that we've previously only seen this in puzzles, and particularly the Pink Birdo Forehead series, which was something that used this mechanic very heavily. Whoops. But yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of it is kind of like the whole thing with, you know, about a decade and a half ago, people thinking that cheap, easily searchable ebooks were just going to kill print books and such. And obviously, you know, the people who were saying that had a vested interest in making that happen because of the way they were trying to optimize around the algorithm even then. And I think it's a similar situation now where, you know, there's just going to be a lot of people doing content farming for the cash, but the thing is, it's never going to replace or kill the interest in the real thing. The problem is that the interest in the real thing is fairly niche to begin with, right? Like, a lot of the kind of career mid-list authors that people have heard of, in some ways, and get covered in newspapers or magazines, whatever. I mean, you know, it's kind of a disappearing middle-income segment of the industry, but at the same time, if you actually look at the kind of figures they're pulling, they get less attention than most of the Mario Maker levels we see. Like, you get a bigger audience sort of doing Mario Maker on a casual basis than you do writing a novel that you put years of your life into, and so you really kind of have to believe in the work, I think, and believe in the value of what you're doing from an intrinsic perspective. And it's never going to be the same perspective as people who think that they're just going to do it to, you know, cash in on a lot of passive content farm income. It's not really the same kind of thing at all, so. Yeah, the thing about literature as a field is that to the extent that it's in trouble, it's already in trouble and has been for some time. Okay, I'm going to come forward here to see just how much of a head bump that we actually had to do and see what the purpose of it was. Because it seems like the idea here is that we needed to bump, 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 and eventually at the end of all the juggling, get it all the way upstairs. And so a lot of it is just sort of momentum control on a series of conveyor belts using this mechanic. We're unlikely to see it through, like I said, and we have to be very careful not to pick up the POW. Like I said, as I pick up the POW, but occasionally you need to hold the dash button to dash forward at the correct speed, given the conveyor speed, and so you kind of have to make sure that you'll let go as you get under the POW, otherwise accidental pickup. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, obviously, you know, I know that people are very often reluctant to disclose too much about large-scale literary projects that they're working on, but I don't know if it's something that you've talked about or want to share more about. But I'll leave that up to you. I know that, you know, as a rule, that people do not talk about works in progress, and that it's kind of a bad idea to inquire when people kind of discover what it is they're making as they go along, as we also know from Mario Maker. But it's sort of interesting because I have known a couple of people who, I knew them before they had sort of minor literary stardom in their field, and it was very interesting to kind of watch that process in action. But, yeah, fantasy, sci-fi kind of thing. Yeah, pretty big field nowadays. I mean, quite vast, in fact. But coming from a comedy and theater perspective, that'll be interesting to look at, for sure. In terms of what kind of perspective that brings in. But Okay, like I said, we're very unlikely to juggle all the way through. The surprising thing for me is that like, this has such an abysmally low clear rate, considering that the resets are soft and that you don't die a lot. So I kind of wonder where that's coming from, whether there were a lot of quick, rapid crush deaths from people who didn't know what they were doing, but... Yeah, fun concepts, but over this length of the conveyor belt is clearly not happening. But it's a good little conversation piece level while we try to not overbump. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you have any kind of existing sort of models for points of comparison that you've been studying in terms of people who do satire within a speculative fiction framework. But anyway, let's push. Because, yeah, I've traditionally found that, actually, comedy is a superb framework for science fiction. And... Oh. I mean, you know, people who come out of, like, British television and radio especially know this. Because you've got that very long tradition of... sort of applying... science fiction to that format. It goes back decades. But anyway, let's see here. Let's go this way. But yeah, you know, the more you return to, just to take one very, very famous example. Oh, it's like more fantasy and sci-fi, like Final Fantasy VII tech. Yeah, I can sort of visualize what you mean by that. Although for some reason it's like Final Fantasy VI Magitech that comes to mind first. But as a setting, I mean. But just to take, you know, something like a very famous example, where I think a good chunk of people who follow content like mine are pretty familiar with things like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, for instance, and the more you return to it over time, the more obvious it is that it was something that was originally written for radio and specifically by someone from a radio comedy background. And there are a lot of tells for that, even in novel form. And it's very similar for a lot of other programming in space as well. But yeah, oh, making slight progress here. Sorry, I'll read the longer synopsis in just a moment when I'm not whacking my head on pause. The premise is that everyone is attuned to the same magical energy and can adjust or tune it one way or another. And oops. Oh, I see. So yeah, basically that there's this kind of, you know, social element of self-sorting that comes about as a consequence of whatever the rules of the world happen to be, which, if I understand you correctly. Oh, yeah. It's the little overshoot that you do when you transfer belts here, especially because the belts change speed and direction there, and so there's a moment at which you have to switch from pushing forward to pushing back in order for the pow to continue, and so you have to watch the belt and anticipate its movement as you fall. And it's a play on magical cancel culture, a genre that you'll notice is currently dominated by horror. And which is funny because I think, you know, very often it's people from a comedy background that are most outspoken about censoriousness, which makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Oh, and that belt just spills you in. Yeah, so basically you have to change direction pretty deftly as you go from belt to belt, especially over that one tile gap there. Which... yeah, this whole thing very much a Mega 1 concept. And we've, as I said, seen this POW mechanic developed in a lot of puzzle settings before. I think it's a better fit for puzzle settings, but you know, you can see where the genesis of this idea comes from. What I'm not clear on is how exactly pumping this object even gets you over to the final column. I don't exactly understand how it's supposed to line up. Oh. And here we go. Something about banning numbers reminds me of something I'm not quite placing. Like, that rings a bell very distantly. Like, it's sort of jogging my memory for something here. I can't quite tell what it is. But yeah, okay, once again, change of direction as you go off the belt, which you have to anticipate. Oh, yeah, and if you're just off a little bit, then if it goes the wrong way, then because of the belt speed, you can't really correct for that by going back to the left. You really have to change direction and speed and commit to it. Oh. Like I said, we're very unlikely to do it. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that the idea is, like, you know, unusably redundant or anything like that. I'm just saying that it reminds me of something and I can't quite place it. Oh. So yeah, you push over here and look at this, like, the fast belt over here. It's actually not that far away to get over here. Like, we actually got a decent way through, and I wonder how much it'll look clear. It's just people are giving up early if they don't know the mechanic. But because, again, this was fairly early in 2015 when it might not even have been obvious to people what to do, but whoops. And, okay, whoops. Okay, so this is going to drop down. And you're telling me the joke is that it builds up to the point. Yeah, I think I know what you're getting at. Law of unintended consequences. Whoops. One thing that I've often heard about. So one thing that you kind of pick up on if you start to learn about, you know, Soviet popular culture in the mid-20th century is, well, first of all, how oblivious people are to it in the Western side of the Iron Curtain, basically. That, you know, you think of the Soviet Union as a political entity for that time, but not as an entity that had like, a popular culture, even if it was one that was very much restricted by the state. But just how much of that culture was kind of like, you know, informed by quiet forms of state resistance and black humor particularly. And And that's the case for a lot of authoritarian societies that people don't realize, is that, you know, internally, I mean, you know, the actual reality of the situation may be horrifying, but the state of the culture tends to be often very funny. And whoops. I did not know that you played Arthur Dent in college. Do you still know where your towel is? Whoops. The things we find out. Yeah, because I've actually had like Douglas Adams come up with, in conversation with several people on the stream, and it seems to be something that I don't think it was as obvious to me that it was, you know, kind of common cultural currency when I was younger, but it very much is, particularly in video game adjacent circles. And yeah, the Hitchhiker's Guide was always kind of meant to be wildly and very unfaithfully adapted in multiple forms, which is why, you know, like a lot of people grumble about the film version that was made in 2005, but the thing is, a lot of the things that they grumble about were actually things that Adams himself came up with before he passed away, you know, a couple of years before the film was actually completed, because it was just in development hell for the longest time. But it was very much sort of in keeping with his style of comedy, that, you know, it was very much attuned and redesigned for each particular medium. Yeah, I watched the film at its theatrical release. I actually haven't returned to it, but I remember, you know, that the well, I mean, I think it's generally the case for a film that I find online discourse to be insufferable, but for that one in particular, I think. Because, you know, when you're talking about a Hitchhiker's Guide, like, it doesn't make any sense to really be seriously attached to one particular version. It's, I think, very much missing the point and the structure of the work. Not that people can't pick and choose, you know, in terms of what works for them, but, like, it's not like there's, you know, one essential nature to it that is just entirely possessed by the radio play or by the book form and its various editions. Okay, I was just looking at this to see, like, what the ending here is, because I still don't see how you actually go up that column, unless it's with the blaster column glitch, which I think was not really known at the time. By blaster column glitch, I mean there's a particular glitch that we saw in a couple of levels in this series where you actually just sneak under a blaster column, you actually just get projected all the way up. But I think you get the kind of height from it here, where you jump on top of platform 1, you jump on top of platform 2, and then maybe the blaster reaches halfway up that point. And then from there, that gives you just enough height to reach the peak. Let's give it one more attempt. But we got decently close to the ending. We were maybe one belt away, but it was a difficult belt. It was the sudden shift to something that was double speed, so let's try to do it. Oh, yeah, because you don't want to be adjusting midair here. Oh, right, if you're talking about the 1984 text adventure, which is still held in very high regard by people who do text adventures. You know, a little while back, this jogged my memory for something about maybe 10-15 years ago. Somebody showed me a Hamlet text adventure, which I highly recommend. It's freely available in a web browser interface online, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember the exact title, but if you just look up like Hamlet text adventure, you should play it. You should even play it on stream. I think it would be fun. And it's not just Hamlet, there's a whole bunch of Shakespeare going on in it, and there's some pretty funny text adventure puzzles that draw on certain elements of theater. I remember being quite impressed with that as far as text adventures go. You played a Sailor Moon Shakespeare game. I don't think I'm aware of that. I know very little about Sailor Moon, but I do know that Sailor Moon was... So there was a while... Let me see how to tell the story properly. So Sailor Moon was a huge influence on the design of the Pixar film Turning Red. Because the director, Domi Shi, who's now very senior at Pixar, sort of grew up in an environment in Canada, and specifically in Ontario, where, you know, Sailor Moon was actually a really big thing among girls of that era growing up in the 90s. And part of it was because in Canada they have certain protectionist regulations for domestically produced content that has to occupy a certain percentage of television and radio airtime. So you have like a minimum standard of Canadian content. And a way that children's television would abide by those regulations was to source a lot of content from Japan particularly and produce original dubs with all Canadian voice casts. So in some cases, some Japanese programming that's, I think, much better known now sort of gained a big following in Canada before the United States, specifically because of how voice acting talent from within the country was brought into voice Japanese content just for regulatory reasons. So that's why Sailor Moon A kind of had a huge following at that time, and B featured the voice of one of Canada's best-known jazz vocalists, Emily Claire Barlow, who is a fantastic jazz singer, and somebody whose records I've listened to very extensively. And basically, when she was sort of establishing herself as a career musician, one of the things that she was doing on the side was voicing. I don't remember if it was like Sailor Jupiter or Sailor Saturn or whatever, but there's a little bit of crossover for you. That's just the little bit of Sailor Moon trivia that I have as it pertains to history of jazz music in Canada. But anyway, you were saying it's a JRPG game about magical girls going to the worlds of Shakespeare. Okay, I had not heard of that. But in the style of Sailor Moon. Okay, we're bailing. We have a general idea of the concept. We also know that we're very unlikely to grind it out. Especially after how the shoot 'em up level went yesterday. You got made fun of as a kid for being a boy who watched Sailor Moon. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's always going to be the case among boys and seemingly girl-targeted content. I've definitely heard that, you know, some people were more recently speaking, if they were caught up in the tailwind of the whole My Little Pony renaissance in the 2010s, there's probably a fair bit of schoolyard bullying over that as well. But selectable 4 of 6. That's the example that comes to mind anyway, because yeah, and you watch Dragon Ball as well. Yeah, I actually know very little Japanese animation for television. Like I know a decent amount of cinema, at least better known things like Miyazaki and Satoshi Kon and so on, but never really followed a lot of anime series myself. And it's one of those things where it's very conspicuous to me that that's one field where if you're kind of adjacent to Nintendo stuff all the time, it seems like you're surrounded by people, at least I'm surrounded by people who know anime a lot better than I do. Because it seems like there's a big crossover between that and the Nintendo fan base that I'm not really aware of it all. So I'm just doing a quick little machine translation scan of this just in case there's anything interesting here. It says something about enemies that power up, and you select 4 of 6 in order to finish it. Now, this is before any kind of key coins or anything. So we'll see how this is implemented. This is before checkpoints too, in fact. So we'll see how the gating mechanism is actually done here, and we'll try to see all the rooms, of course. But yeah, I think it's a well-recognized problem in children's media in particular, that you've traditionally had sort of conventionally masculine content marketed to both girls and boys. And it's not true of content or themes or whatever that would be considered more feminine, and that, you know, girls' content seems to be marketed for girls. Rather than something that translates very well in a unisex fashion, and which is sort of unfortunate if you're really invested in some of the craftsmanship involved. Oh yeah, Mole has to run over here. I mean, this is something that is coming to mind partly as a Nintendo player with the release of Princess Peach Showtime, which I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that yet. Yeah, I don't know if that kind of social effect has subsided for sure, but... Oh, trying to see if there's anything above the thwomp. I don't think there was, but we'll check it. Nah, nothing up here. Luckily, we can continue to drop. So I wonder what it is that... Oh, I see. This is how you do it. That... Yeah, this is the gating mechanism. This is the ultimate exit, and it tells you 4 out of 6 because I think every time you come back here, you can hit a P-switch and progress through 1 additional gate. So this is sort of interesting as a look into how a multi-segment level was implemented before checkpoints were even in the game. And then you have 1 room for each of these power-ups, although we don't have a flower here for some reason. Maybe we'll get a flower at the end, or maybe the flower is just a label for the room. Seems like we're in a bit of trouble if we keep messing around like this, but I guess we'll go for that mushroom when we can. Oops. I mean, it's a very appealing pink shade of Joy-Con, you have to admit. But... Anyway, if anybody questions you about it... I mean, first of all, they shouldn't question you about it, but... You can just, tell them that you have the QB amiibo from Box Boy, and that if anybody's going to do any gatekeeping around here, it's not going to be them. The GameStop employee earned her commission because you played on your collector nature. Yeah, I think they can spot the type of collector just from practice. Yeah, so we should not hit the P-switch because we're just synced here. So why are we being given a P to begin with? Let's figure this out. I totally lost track of which room I was even looking at. We were in a Wiggler room. Oh yeah, no, because you're supposed to carry the P out with you to open the gate. So we'll try to see every segment here. I actually don't remember which room this was because I wasn't paying attention. And, oh, you even just get another P at the end. Okay. But then, why wouldn't you just be able to hit that P and then... Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Because if you're carrying 1 P and you get access to a second P, then you can kind of open 2 gates at once, right? You hit a P switch, you go through the pipe, you're holding another P switch, you go through the second gate. Oh, you actually managed to get your hand on Noah and Mio. Yeah, so this is a room that we just passed. As you can tell from the blocks being activated, that's why it's nice to see the blocks were activated. Yeah, I haven't really added to my very meager amiibo collection in a while, but I try to limit myself to, maybe one character per series, and I hadn't owned anybody from Xenoblade yet. And I do love Xenoblade 3. It actually, I think, is the peak of the series so far. Let's try to see every room. Although I still have to play the Future Redeemed expansion. That's something that I've wanted to make time for some time, but it's on the list of things I have to wait for after Mega 1. And if it's anything like the length of the Xenoblade 2 expansion, it might even be short enough to be reasonably streamable. I have to make a lot of content cuts nowadays in terms of saying that, okay, I want to play this, but there's no way I'll fit it into a streaming schedule, and I'll just have to accept that some things will not be streamed. And yeah, I spent a lot of time on 3 off-stream back in 2022. Whoops. I mean, I don't really follow Amiibo Collection much nowadays, but I did hear there were some reprints. Got caught up in Final Fantasy and Persona. Yeah, I actually, as I think I said, finally did pick up Persona 5 Royal. And we'll see when I get to it. It might not be for some time, but... You see, I tell myself, oh, I got a backlog a mile long, I can't play all these games that are, reputedly 100 hours or more, and then I've got, Mario Maker going on as well, and this huge list of things I want to get through. And guess what I did off-stream this week? Well, just almost on impulse. Mr. I don't have any time for long 100-hour games. Over here, decided to finally start the 4th route of Fire Emblem 3 Houses. So that's been my little thing, sort of, because I can, do it in small doses and mess around with the monastery in the middle of the day when it is naturally a thing that lends itself to suspend and resume play when I am actually kind of busy with other things. So I've been putting it off for a few years because I did my final route plus Cindered Shadows back in 2020 when Cindered Shadows came out. And all this time I still had to do the Silver Snow branch. And I was just putting it off for the longest time because, 3 Houses is such a gigantic game. And all brand Abe, welcome. You would watch me play Persona 5 Royal. Yeah, maybe I should consider that when doing stream planning for later in the year. It's just that, these days I'm kind of reluctant to commit to streaming things that are reputedly that long, just because I just know it's going to occupy my schedule for months at a time. So this is sort of interesting that you can actually power up as you go and have an easier time with future rooms, so it sort of eases your way through. Now, it said pick 6. Then how do we pick 6 when that doesn't seem accessible up here? I guess maybe it's because you would eventually get a cape, let's say. And then you would be able to fly up to the final room if you get a cape. So, yeah, each room here is designed such that power-up labels don't tell you which power-up you're getting. It's kind of a recommendation for which power-up to take in with you. And so this room is much more tractable with the flower, just because you can take out some of the projectiles. And yeah, I remember that Persona 5 Royal took you about a year. And the thing is, I play even slower when I'm streaming than when I'm not streaming, right? So, because, you have to account for talking time. And particularly with anything that requires, like, planning or party management or anything like that, as I discovered with Fire Emblem Engage. I don't know if you mean to go to Persona 5 Tactica afterwards. Because I know that fits into sequence somewhere. But, and as a tactics game, of course, you know, it's something that intrinsically interested me already, although I get the sense that, you know, Persona 5 proper is a bit of a prerequisite. At least that's the impression I'm given. But... Oh, right, because there was the Persona 3 remake this year. If you've really been getting into the series. Seems like 5 was a big entry point for a lot of people. I mean, it certainly will be for me when I get around to it. Right, and this is the P-switch here. Yeah, I mean, this is something that I talk about entirely too much, but I think people are entirely too invested. The idea of canon sometimes, it's sort of a bad habit that people have, I think. That, you know, I definitely understand the interest in saga-length continuity when it comes to big sprawling narratives where you want things to make sense and pay off their investment over time, but I think often, particularly in fantasy and science fiction spaces and in video game spaces, that people sort of underestimate how recent a concept it is to really be committed to sort of some kind of single truthful continuity. And one of the things I really kind of respect about Three Houses is that just specifically resists that tendency by giving you so many routes where the outcomes and the interest in the character and the overall continuity are just totally mutually exclusive to each other. Just Julio, so I'm not taking requests today, but I am doing a lot of levels that are going to be handpicked from my Discord next week because, you know, Mario Maker 1 is winding down and we have a lot of viewers who are interested in sending me things that they want to look at. So I'm going to be assembling some kind of playlist and, of course, probably taking a couple of casual viewer suggestions and submissions as they come in. On a day-to-day basis, and that'll be something that's more of a heavy focus next week. Here, we're still doing what I've been doing since January, which is kind of going over maker profiles completely one at a time to try to see how to develop in sequence. But there is absolutely a plan to incorporate more viewer content in the final days of Maker 1. So if you have something that you want to show me, do share the code, and we will definitely try to deal you in, just not today. But it is absolutely the ambition to do that. So, yeah. And yeah, today, you know, we're just trying to cram in a lot of makers that we have had on a mile-long to-do list in the meantime. Okay, this has been a bit of a mess here, but we got out. Yeah, I discovered from playing Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity that I really don't mind the whole alternate universe thing. I can definitely see why people may have been misled into thinking that there was more of a continuity involved, but... Oh yeah, and if you jump off Yoshi, you can just make it up here to this room, which is glaring at me. So we can just have one additional room to clear this level, but I'm curious about this and I want to see it, so let's see it. Oh, and well, it was warning me that this room would maybe be a slightly more intensive experience. Let's dodge carefully. Oh, and we got sniped by the bones. That's too bad. If we had Yoshi plus a power-up, then that room maybe makes a lot more sense to go through. And, okay, here we go. Oh, we keep forgetting to drop them all. This area here. So we have seen every room at this point. It would be nice to, you know, complete a room at least once, including the final one. But I think we do want Power Up plus Yoshi if we are going to be doing that. Possibly even a... I guess at this one it won't be a Cape Feather unless it's the last question block over here that theoretically allows you to fly up with Yoshi in tow, but... let's just see it. Other thing to remember too is that this is Maker 1, so there is sometimes POW duplication that can occur, or P duplication if we're going in and out of a pipe. Or rather returning to a room where P spawned from the pipe, I should say that more accurately. Oh, whoops. Luckily, a power up. Okay. We should have kept that, actually. Oh. That's okay. This room, we can actually get through somewhat easily. And we know we'll get a fire flower out of that, so... makes it a good choice for a second room, actually, since you never get a spiny head or anything. It's just a spiny room. At least as far as we can tell. Okay, let's back up a little bit here. But yeah, I mean, I have a lot of games in the backlog to choose from for the rest of this year. Currently, the content plan is that we'll be switching gears mostly to Maker 2 Super Worlds for a couple of weeks after Maker 1's out of the way. That's... in the meantime... we'll take this. And then that's going to give you Yoshi at the end of the P-Switch expiry. And we do have the mushroom available. What we should actually do is go to the Yoshi room. I guess that would, you know, complete the pick 4. Yeah, okay, I see why this is designed as Yoshi room, because the idea is that you're supposed to gobble these up instead of trying to jump over them the way we were doing. But that each of these are doable without the suggested power-up as well, just maybe less convenient. And of course, Yoshi's not going to do much of anything here, but... oh, we can grab one of these. Right. Now, this is interesting. That's... yeah, previously we just jumped up the stack. Then we get the P-Switch over here. Yeah, the P's don't spawn from pipes. They do consistently spawn from single-use blocks, so... this will just give you the exit, but I wonder then what the incentive to do the 6th room will be. Did we ever really clear the star room? Oh, because then you can grab that. Yes, and then... that will actually be helpful. Because I wonder if with the Shelmet we'll be doing a bit better here. Because we can just deflect. And deflect. Oh, so much for deflecting. That's okay, that still considerably eases up our path over here, so we'll... oh. Freeze to booze, and then totally lose the entire level to our own recklessness here. That's okay, reducing some of the Potoboos with a spiny head. It's a pretty big gain. Yeah, it just gives you a P-Switch at the end because... in case we wanted the extra gate. Which we don't need, because we already have the exit available to us. But now we've seen every room, I think. And any incentive to... Oh, I guess we just spam flowers against him or something. Sure, we'll do it. Disco room here. As long as you don't get sniped by anything. And then look at the boo sort of unstack onto the Wiggler like that. With the loose stack compressing. That's sort of interesting that the boo would stack on top like that as it drops. That is definitely not how the unstacking works in Maker 2. Where you knock out the middle of the stack and things still kind of clip into place. I mean, we've seen other objects in a loose stack loaded on top of each other. We just hadn't seen a boo clip in like that before. So that was unique. But yeah, 1000 Year Door remake. I mean, 1000 Year Door is a game that is very, very dear to my heart. And the way I did used to play it, I've talked about this on stream before, I think, is that I always enjoyed doing the 10 HP run through it. I thought it was something that really kind of tapped into your total engagement with all the systems and mechanics. Other than upgrading HP, of course. And we may stream it that way if I do get around to streaming it at all, so... You've never actually played it. Oh, wow, you are in for a treat, especially as a theater person, too. I mean, it is... just, yeah, that'll be interesting to witness, I think. You're going to have a wonderful time. Yeah, it is in some ways. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily have, like, a favorite turn-based JRPG or whatever, but if I were to draft some kind of short list, it would probably start with 1000 Year Door and work down from there. It is an exquisite game, like absolutely exquisite, and I really don't think I'm overselling it. Oh, okay. You've seen it through anyway. Well, I mean, you'll still get the remake experience fresh. And, you know, actually engaging with the mechanics yourself and selecting your badges in your party and seeing all the different variations that you can get from lines of dialogue, etc. That's still going to be an experience, I'm sure. Because, you know, every time you see the game, you're only seeing like a fraction of the dialogue, depending on which party member you have with you at the time, right? And so there's always something new to discover. Unless you forgot a lot of it, yeah. It's been enough time at this point. I probably have too, even though I played it so many times over back in the 2000s. Anyway, here's City Ruin. Let's see how it goes. So yeah, the previous level, very interesting. Look at how that kind of level format was attempted before either key coins or checkpoint flags. Kind of looks like something had to be loaded up here in order for us to get up top, but I guess, no, that's actually just lock protection, you know, in case you somehow miraculously managed to make it up there, like if you came back here with a cape or something, you have a bit of soft lock protection just from the single gap that it opened up. We're not able to get through this without a POW. So do we enter the sewers? Probably. Whoops. So a bit of a city exploration level, by the looks of it. Oh, also there's a door here at the front, where you can grab a flower and be on your way. Yeah, this is a little shop, I guess, where the Wiggler is managing the shop. And eventually, if we have a P-switch or a cape, we get over to the POW, and that'll be the extra special bonus in the shop. I actually wonder if the mole later on will be... not this one, but the one under Munchers. Yeah, no, the collision won't work for it to be destroyed by the flower, I think, but... Guards, guards. Anyway, you're going to go into the sewers. And a very clear sense of place from this level. Just right off the bat. Kind of like sneaking around in a Sears and Hollow Knight or something, except with not quite as much horror. Yeah, and I bet we could probably go up here and enter the city that way, but I want to push through here first to see what's going on. The background parallax scroll here actually adds quite a lot to the effect as well. Let's see what room this is. This gives you a P-switch. Oh, that's interesting. That you would be underneath this little shop here. You would get P-switch plus flower. Ideally, you'd be able to... Oh, that was interesting. Oh yeah, because I guess the shell was supposed to hit this thing here, and we missed that interaction. I guess this is the other pipe that would have come in up through the sewer. But the P-switch gets you access to the POW, the POW gets you access to the front door. So, kind of a sequential exploration level. And then, yeah, that guy's just going to shoot himself, but unfortunately... You know what, let's just block this off for a moment. I mean, it's not going to block it because it's a cannon shot, but... Yeah, okay, we can't actually stop this. Alright, in that case, yeah, we need to follow it over. This will eventually give you a vine, I think. It's just that you need to kind of spawn in this way. Let's get over here. Come up here again and let that fire. But we know the P-switch to POW sequence to get through the Munch Gate at the beginning. But yeah, you need to maintain that. Oh, and then it deflects that wave. Right. Didn't think about the cannon falling down and blocking that. That's unfortunate. But what we can do... Also notice that you can totally lift his position over there, but that doesn't do much for you. Alright, let's go back to the standard sequence then. Which I mean going all the way back to the entrance. Through the sewers once more. Was there anything to the left? No, just what we saw earlier. No, P-switch back to the first shop, and again, that gives you limited access to more POWs. Which we will, of course, use. To get through the Munch Gate over here. Then, up we go. Actually, I hadn't really seen too many of the non-linear exploration levels in the city theme that we have here. In the ghost house. Whoops. But we're going to pick up a mushroom and then probably just work our way across the rooftops. Yeah, definitely a lot of semi-solid stacking and making this possible as well. And if we come around, then we get the Buzzy helmets. If we come back again, then we get a Buzzy shell that we can pick up, and then we can use that to fire at the question block that we see later. So if we want to just go through this room quickly. And yeah, no, you did tell me about the Little Mermaid audition a couple of streams ago, I think. That you're very eager to get performing again. That is quite the army over here. That's okay. We now roughly know the sequence to get up to that point. And Little Shop of Horrors and Christmas Carol, okay. Have you played the same role in A Christmas Carol every time? Or is this something that you've sort of rotated in and out of? Let's get another flower. This is silly. Different every time, I see. Yeah, I mean, Might as well see the past, present, and future. Oh, look at this guy just hiding in the sewers and blocking my access. Everybody's blocking my access. I need to lead them all back. Or use the fire flower. Imagine that. Okay, there we go. That's why you use the fire flower there. You can stomp on him, but it's not advisable, just given how everybody else blocks your way. Anyway, after having wrecked the sewers, we'll head up here to the pea shop. Yeah, eventually we'll try to get 2 shells over here. Oh, and you can just hit that. Oh, it's a star, okay. That I did not realize was coming. Because, what does a star even get me? Well, unfortunately, nothing useful here. I was hoping it would be a vine to let me climb or something, but the star actually would be useful for that final room if you get out quickly and know how to navigate your way there. Anyway, let's peel off the city gardens once more. Oh, we forgot to trade up to the POW, that's right. Yeah, so you've played a whole gamut of characters at this point. From what you're telling me. Everybody except Tiny Tim. Okay, a double hit on that one, and then we will... Oh, wait for the lift, I guess. Absolutely no point to picking up that mushroom. And you're saying Christmas Past has been played by a woman in every one you've done so far? Yeah, I don't know how much of that is standard practice. It's been a long time since I last saw a production of A Christmas Carol. Oops, got ourselves totally trapped in that location. This is going to be dangerous now. Very, very dangerous. Okay, let's start over. And, yeah, one time... Oh, somebody that you were in to play with was in the Hulu show. Man. Oh, here's the helmet. That's right. Now, we already have the helmet. We don't really need to trade up to the helmet later on, so... Then it's by the helmet shop that you have the entry to the room of many dangers. So, yeah, why don't we just get back through here? I like that the player actually gets a fair bit of choice here. Oh, lost the helmet anyway. And, yeah, that... Whoop. Follow it over. It's not going to help too much, though. Apart from just allowing me to have an easy time of it back. It's just a bonus star for its own sake, as far as I can tell. Not really power-up progressions. It's single use, anyhow. We'll trade up to the POW. And might as well explore up here a little bit, just in case there's anything interesting. We can always get another POW, so... Nothing up here, just soft lock protection, it seems. Up in the rooftops. Okay, let's get another one. then we'll make it through the front gate over here. And maybe not lose every power-up this time on our way up. Oh, there we go. Trimmed herbs, so to speak. Much easier to do this with the flower. Anyway, we don't strictly necessarily need any of these to step on, I don't think, but we'll make it through here. And then with flower plus helmet, that will allow me to make it through the murder box room over here. Yeah, kind of necessary, in fact, to have the flower available. Whoop. Okay, lost the helmet, but we are still going. Broke into the security room or something, I guess. That gives you the way back. Interestingly enough, no, up throw won't do it because there's nothing on top of it, but sort of wonder what this is all about. Oh, this is just a totally different room, though. This is not somewhere that we've been. Is there anything from here? We should check that just to see what it is. Yoshi room, except we don't have a P. Oh. I guess we're supposed to break Yoshi out of prison or something. And... oh, let's run it. Here's the P. We really should have kept that mushroom, but that's okay. Just have to be careful. That's going to be a problem. Oh, that's okay, we just take the bottom track. But because... okay, no, that's okay, it won't shoot me specifically. I was thinking, oh, do we need to hit the P in order to freeze the conveyor belt here? But no, not necessary if there's nothing there that's still likely to chase you. Oh, do we get something off of this pipe though? Oh, we should have hit the pipe. And, oh, we just found the exit. Okay, that's fine. I was thinking that we needed to break Yoshi out of there, and maybe that would have still been helpful. If we wanted to do something with the bonus room over here, for instance. Because I guess maybe the bonus sequence here was to end with Yoshi and take him into this room. I wasn't expecting the exit so soon. Definitely some parts of the layout that we didn't see. I kind of want to go back and see it, since it's a level that's easy enough and we know the layout at this point. We'll try to be quick about it, given what a massive list we're trying to get through. Fire flower first. Maybe we can even find some skips along the way, but we'll have to be cautious about that, perhaps. We'll go over to helmet first. Oh, no. Bad idea. That's okay, because here we know how to get the star if the bullet launches facing this way, right? Then... yeah, don't know that it really gets me anything else, so... although, this gives you enough momentum coming off the shell that I wonder, with a star, if it could have given you a jump on something. But we will... yeah, no, you're supposed to take the star and kind of go back down through the series this way, perhaps, but why would we when we have a very clear passage over here? And yeah, the shell came over because we got far enough that we despawned the a column that was trapping it. Into the power shop. Into the back room. Then through the skates. Oh, this was seen before, but we'll try to finish this properly with Yoshi and also see the final room with the vine down the bottom left that we didn't really get a proper look at. And we know our way around at this point, so... I wonder if it was even just this room. We didn't get a proper look. And you've got a crash? Yeah, it was fun chatting as well. Thanks for coming by, and best wishes with the book in particular. To the extent that you've been able to find time for it. Lost the helmet right away, that's really not great. We can always come back for it though, if we also come back for the flower. Let's go back. Arm ourselves accordingly. Yeah, if we lose everything, we can always just duck back over here and continue. Right, I think the vine up top was just getting you back into the shop room. So we actually have seen what we want to see. Apart from the Yoshi ending, that's all I'm doing this for. Yeah, because this just heads back down to where the shop was. Which means that we can get another Buzzy helmet, in fact, so might as well do that. As long as the vine climb will take us back up. And this room is supposed to be P-switch heading up to where Yoshi will be when we get to it. Yeah, we'll just take everything out as we're able to and lead it back this way. And back, whoop. That was a bit of a thrill here. And the munchers are very conveniently going to block that off. Works for me. Works quite well, in fact. Because then you don't have any bombs compelling a chase over here. Ah, I see. Because we went down here and that was the exit previously. So for the true ending, we get Yoshi this way. And we might even grab a E-switch off the side as well. For good measure. Oh no, there's only one P-switch. Okay, never mind. Then I think Yoshi could probably still get some business done. As you need the P-switch active to get Yoshi. Presumably... Yeah, you needed the P-switch active going into this room to get that. But then you can also do this. And that's the bonus room that we're looking at. Okay, so yeah, that's all we were replaying for, really. And if you had a P-switch active, you could still jump out of here with or without Yoshi and make it up top. But, there we are. Let's keep going. The Pandemonium. Getting into the end of October 2015. I believe this is past the checkpoint patch at this point. Which I believe was October 27th, I want to say. Somewhere in the October 20s. This is not reachable here yet, but we'll get there. Perhaps even very soon, if we find a way to step back into that door. Will we? Oh no, there's a Magic Koopa. Not something that we can use for stepping. Let's not break this one yet, shall we? Or we can. What is this? Oh, I see. We need to send a bomb all the way down here. Okay. That means that we have to come up and probably drop a bomb this way. How will we do it? Let's see. Let's get back up here first. You need P-switch to let the bomb walk down. So this is a P-switch gate, effectively. But we'll grab a flower anyway and just send ourselves back up. But this will eventually be some kind of P-switch gate. Non-linear exploration, we can do that. More flowers. Oh, we can disperse them with a cloud if we find the right position to do so. Yeah, really interesting position on that, of course. Oh, might as well just go for it, it's fine. Oops. Oh. Oh, that's... yeah, this is becoming a mess. Whoops. Juggling too many things on the screen at once. That's okay. We know partly what a sequence is going to be. We know that we need a P-switch for the bomb segment here anyhow. Thinking of going for that cloud, but I guess we'll do so up here if we can at all. There we go. Disperse it just like the clown car mechanic. We rarely see it with the cloud. I think maybe this is also a Maker 1 thing. Potentially, but... oh, Shaman will take it. Before this completely expires. Whoops, missed it. That's okay, we can come back in. Not quite as good as the spine he had when it comes to getting into that safely, but we'll perhaps start here and work our way back. Yeah. I'm coming in, slightly blind, but we'll make do. Slow it down, please, and then should be able to grab one of the springs off the side, in fact. That's coming up. And look at that, spin pickup. Good old Maker 1. Letting you do that kind of thing. I might actually want to get a second P-switch off this room. Let's just do it this way. Interesting, and then I feel like we should actually swap over the P-switch instead of spring, but yeah, P-switch will probably be more useful. Well, we know where to get the spring if we want to go back for one, so let's do P-switch instead. Oh. Oh, there's a pipe on the right side too, if we want to go for it here. Anything? Nothing. How? Okay, that's even better in some respects. Or we can just let the magic hoop get smushed that way. We haven't seen a POW-related gate yet, though, whereas we definitely have seen some places we can take the P. Where's that boo ring? Over here. Could have gone for it, because obviously, you know, with Yoshi being able to just take a point of damage, we could have done something. But instead, we're going to use the P-switch over here, and we have to send the bomb down. Just gonna walk down, and then if we have the P-switch, then obviously all that's going to convert anyway, so let's just hit it. Oh, and then we'll do that. Great. Oh, Magic Ubas, okay. That's okay, this is an entry point, for sure. Quite a labyrinth we have here. Well, we know where to get a POW, we know where to get a spring, we know quite a lot. We just don't know where that's usable yet, but we'll get there. More P's. I feel like maybe we have to jump down through... No, that's just where we came in from. I mean, if you take a P, we get an additional object in this room, or if you just take it back out to the front and do a vine climb. That would require us to drop Yoshi, though. In general, these little one-tile entries have not been something that I've never accommodated. Ah, yes, there is something here. But it would require a P-switch activation plus that P that we picked up. Interesting. So you would need a P-switch activated, and you would need an object to fall on. But the P-switch is obtainable quite readily over here, so we just need to bring another thing like a POW or a P to stand on, with Yoshi picking up the other one. Or we also do pipe duplication, which would be the cheesy way to do it, but it works, so we'll do it. The idea being in Maker 1, you do a room transition, and then you get a duplicated pipe spawn. And with 2 Ps available, we'll be able to go up there. The only thing is that we'll have to drop Yoshi along the way. Yeah, this should give me another P. Probably not the intended route, given that it's a relatively obscure thing about Maker 1 that this works. Yeah, and then in this room, you can just activate the other P and then head up through this gate. Can't see how to get Yoshi up here unless you have this spring. Now, if you do have a spring, even so, I think Yoshi doesn't quite get enough height. So, I think we'll just leave him. He likes to be at the entrance of the ghost house anyway. That's traditionally his spot. Whoops. And then, whoop, up we go. And boss room. You know what? Let's bust this open. Let's see what that is. I guess because there are no key doors, we actually just check everything. Perhaps, though, you do need bombs to take your way through a certain pipe. We'll check every pipe, but I actually kind of suspect at this point that it's going to be something bomb-related. Nope, not that one. Might be through the middle. Looks kind of like it's going to be through the middle, in fact. Yeah, I suspect. Oh. We'll just let that shell do its work. You know what, maybe you can just bomb your way through the right side of the level, too. In fact, I bet that's what it is at this point. I was thinking maybe it's, you know, going to be further along, like through the top middle here, but I think we'd actually just demolish everything as we go. Oh, we better grab that mushroom. Of course, too late. And we excavate as much as we can. Oops. Oh, we got 74 seconds to do this, so time is short. And demolition's not working much better here. However, you do get bombs from down here, don't you? we'll just place individually. A lot of Magic Kubas. Deal with over 50 seconds, but this really does look like the way, though. Oh, we're in trouble. We're in deep trouble. Wow. 42 seconds remain. Okay. Well, that's okay. We know what the sequence is going to be at this point. Yeah, again, we just need to get up to the top, actually. So even if we get Yoshi, that's already plenty to work with. There's quite a lot that would be skippable, potentially. Speaking of which, just fly up this way. Shelmet is on this side. I think we'll have time to deal with it. Upper segment is over here. Oh, this requires a power, though. This whole area. There's an entire aspect of the level that we haven't seen that almost certainly requires the power gate. Up here. We might as well take a look at what that could be if we get back to Yoshi first. Oh, whoops, missed that. And that. Okay, let's bust things open. If we can. And yeah, we do know that Yoshi's obtainable up top here, right? That's the case. Yeah, this is Yoshi's room, so. Taking a power is fine. We should do that to try to grab the cloud in this room. Lead it over, and then... Oh, no. Yeah, we just need to obtain the cloud. Unless Yoshi doesn't drop into a pit somewhere, which I don't think he will. We're going to activate now over here and check all of these gates. P-switch, okay. Just more P-switches then, that's not actually consequential. Given that we've got plenty of alternatives to that. If we wanted to get, I don't know, a speed clear or something. So we know in this room that we can just go up. We know the shortcut. I wonder how close we'd be to a speed time on this, in fact, because we actually do see a reasonable route. Even with just a spring here, but... Yeah, because you don't even need Yoshi at the end. I don't think. We're currently holding a P, right? Yes, we are. So let's step on this one. Oh, enter this one. Go through here. And then excavate with bombs. And Mr. All Games All Day, or Magad as it were, we started out really slowly yesterday on day one of doing Magatoro's levels, and that I wound up grinding through something from September 2015 for about 3 hours. We did get a world record on it though, so that was worth something. Again, we have had to bypass 1 or 2 levels since, but we did get a good sense of what the concepts were, and it's been interesting even to see some of this early material, because we could see that, you know, even before checkpoints and coins and such came in, that were so many attempts to expand the format of what you could do in Mario Maker. Okay, now this, I think, is just going to be digging with the bombs to the right side. We actually did see that previously. We just didn't get very far. We just need to spin jump it, I think, except we have this totally unreasonable make a one object bounce off every wall, of course, which is not ideal. So we lost here previously. Anyway, just simplified things somewhat. You just spin jump it, for sure. Okay, now we just camp out here. And just Let this eliminate everything. I think this is the right way to do it. It does look like it. It just takes a while. Unless it's through a top gate or something, which, given how many options there are for route finding in this level, might be the case. Yeah, so if you destroy everything and can't get back upstairs, that is a problem, actually. That's a potential blocking issue that we need to be aware of. Oh. Because you would need to open up one of the other pipes that gives you a bomb down below. Actually, no, bombs always spawn this top column here, so bombs will always walk down to you, even if you can't come back up. So, shouldn't be a locking issue, after all. However, we don't have a power-up like a fire flower down there. We have mushrooms, I think. Yeah, there's some really creative solutions working with what they had, absolutely. We've seen that all over the place. Uh-oh. We really should have blocked off some of these magic Koopa spawns. We could, but not much choice here. Yeah, we really need to place some of these bombs properly. That's assuming that this is the exit to begin with, which we don't actually know to be the case, necessarily. Oh, we're gonna be in a bit of trouble here. Spawn right in front of my face. Okay, that's okay, we have a bit of a speed road. You're putting something together if there's any Mario Maker streamers I used to watch a lot that you haven't seen streaming in a long time. Yes. I mean, I used to keep a spreadsheet of people who I sent my levels to, particularly back when I was making more actively, back in 2019. So I had a sense of who had played what and who had cleared what. So back then, maybe it was much less of a thing to just dump your Maker codes in and let things sort themselves out. And certainly a lot of people in sort of my immediate network on Twitch, whom I still watch, comprise a lot of streamers that do have some kind of Mario Maker background or were active in it at some point, particularly in the early years of Maker 2. I haven't even seen this room. This is a new room completely. I actually had never gone down here. Lots of options for traversing this level. I've been seeing new things in it every time. And yeah, so this is another POW, which we know is going to be useful. I wonder where that other pipe goes then, because we, again, haven't been to this room before, and it seems like there are multiple routes that are all feasible here. Stand on the right. Yeah, and a couple of people sort of went YouTube exclusive as well, I think. And oh, and this actually comes up through here in the top segment. I didn't know that. We've been here previously, and we know that all that the munchers do here is trade up to a P, which we don't really need. What we actually need is a spring. If we don't have Yoshi yet, like if we want to do a fast path. Yeah, so I know that. Oops. Let's just whack the Tom. Oh, that was bad. We're going to be in major trouble here. Actually, the first one that comes off the top of my head is actually somebody I just saw come back after a long absence. Super Coco Bro used to be really active. And then he took an extended absence off Twitch for personal reasons, I think. And then he was actually just back with Mario Wonder last week. Okay, we want to move the booze out of the way. I want to spring my way up to do the P duplication can. I really need a power up here. That was unfortunate. That's okay. We'll try to do a fast route this time. We've been seeing more and more of this. I think Aristotle used to do a lot of playtesting. He went YouTube exclusive Probably due to personal scheduling reasons, I would imagine. That was a little while ago. And even then, I don't know if he still is maker. A couple of the people who are fairly regular around here, in terms of, you know, us rating each other and such, were active in Maker at some point. The B-Minutes used to stream a lot of Maker. He was here earlier today, and now he's primarily doing JRPGs, I think. Then... Now, we knew one guy we used to play this for a lot, Bex Plays, who also did Maker for a while, and then he went over to a lot of social games like, you know, Gartic Throne and things like that. Yeah, I mean, you know, the Maker 2 category in general just used to be so much more active in terms of people doing it regularly. I technically lapsed from Maker 2 for a big chunk of time last year when I was running Fire Emblem and Zelda for months. Yeah, because he used to... Yeah, B-Minutes submitted a lot of things to me as a level creator as well, in fact. We used to play. But yeah, unless you're really kind of committed to exploring the Maker scene, you know, it's a bit of a tall order for people to stick with this game if they have a lot of other things going on in terms of what they want to play. It's like that with any kind of more permanent service game, I think, where like everybody's occasionally going to want to divert attention to some one-offs instead. My name came up in your list of streamers from 2020. Why would you have a list of streamers from 2020? Are you... Oh, in terms of tracking just when people became active, or... Are you just trying to track like who kind of came on and off in the Maker scene and... You know, just try to chart that interest over time? Yeah, there were a couple of people, especially people from Maker 1. A lot of the biggest Maker 1 streamers did exit Maker 2 at a particular point. And... I mean, you know, like someone like Barb just kind of left Maker 2 because he straight up just didn't like the game, I think. Oh, here's the issue, is that if we don't have Yoshi, we can't actually get up for the duplication to work. So that's why we actually do need Yoshi to progress. Or at least a second object that we can stand on. Unless we step on a P, reload through here and get the other P. I don't think we can do that quickly enough. So the idea that I have, you step on a P, back up. Yeah, I'll have to look at my database of sorts, I guess. Okay, no, you can't do the duplication because you absolutely need Yoshi. I've been trying to find an alternate route through this level because we keep dying at the ending. That's okay then. We just need to get Yoshi to carry the P. Yeah, because the idea is that I need a way to go back up. Alright, in that case we'll just get Yoshi in his room. Which is going to be up here. Yeah, a couple of people went over to Super Mario World ROM hacks as well, on a much more permanent basis. I'll have to think about it off the top of my head, and that includes some people that I never really did watch that much, but who I just kind of knew about as my reputation. We better get this quickly, before everything expires. Oh, tweet switch expired. That's okay, we'll just grab another one at the front. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people sometimes really do change their programming with the coming up to New Year, for sure. But there's a lot of personal leave that definitely happens as well. I mean, you know, like, Feeny was out of action for a while because of pregnancy, for instance, and motherhood. Although sometimes people who are new parents, sometimes they come back sooner than you would expect. Like, you know, Barb expected to have a huge absence from streaming for some time because he just had twins this year, I think. And he was back within a week. But of course, you know, we're talking about streamers who are big enough here that that's their main career as well, and they do need to keep that up and running. And yeah, sometimes it's really obvious to me, even if people don't say it outright, that they're kind of going on family leave from streaming. You can sort of tell if you sort of know what the signs are. And yeah, there we go. I mean, there are very few people who would be in a position to do that, though, what Barb was doing. And again, it's because like streaming is full-time income for him. And that would definitely have been a factor. Okay, we need to grab this flower before we die. And again, I was assuming all this time that it's going to be busting through the right side, and I suspect that it is the case given that there are additional pipe spawns on the right side of the level. Seems like a very lengthy sequence though for 200 seconds. I was hoping that it would actually just be like the ceiling pipe here instead. Actually, I should see if it's just a ceiling pipe. We never did check that properly, but... okay. I think the best idea here was just let the shell clear space. Otherwise you just lose held objects all the time. Yeah, but in general, I mean, a lot of streaming did sort of subside in 2020 anyway. But I think the thing that you said about a lot of drop-off every December is absolutely true in my experience. And that doesn't just go for streamers, it kind of goes for people who are in Mario Maker as well. Oh, you know what? Loop and Snoop is a big one. Loop and Snoop hasn't done Maker in a while. And of course, Loop and Snoop was one of the primary guide writers in this game for the longest time. And he was trying to make a more technically oriented YouTube Maker channel that had really good content in it, but alright, we're potentially in a bit of a trap here. We do have the mushroom, though. Oh, we don't have much of a mushroom. Let's open a space. Mushrooms? Mushrooms? Or were we just dependent on Magic Koopas giving me some? We were dependent on Magic Koopas giving me some. I'm in a big trap now. Yeah, no, don't worry about the rabbit hole. I'm a little bit stuck in this one anyway. Yeah, I think I clearly have to bust through the right side. Or do I? I've been assuming that all this time with all the hard blocks there and the fact that we have more pipe spawns, but I don't actually know if it's the case. Yeah, we activate this right away. We do need Yoshi, so let's go for his room immediately. Yeah, because Loop had actually left streaming Maker 2 actively a little before that, I think. Because he had switched over to doing a lot of Monster Hunter and Pokemon. But, I mean, he was somebody who was like very much hardcore Maker 2, though, like, where while he was active, he was more active than a lot of people. You know, now that you mention it, I don't think I've seen Supernova stream Maker in a while. Like, he's been on Fortnite for the last little bit. Because, you know, Supernova was obviously somebody who was principally from a Maker 2 background. Yeah, I'm not surprised that he burned himself out. I think he sort of had ambitions for a Super World project for a bit, and he still comes around here every now and then, but... I mean, he put so much into this game, though, you have to realize with some of these guys that to a certain extent, burnout is expected. But yeah, definitely from what I was seeing with viewer level queues, that there absolutely is a December to January drop-off that is very noticeable sometimes, where, you know, people just kind of resolve, okay, new year, I'm just going to play fewer games or play different games or cut backlog or whatever. Or they just find it as a natural breakpoint to say, okay, you know, it's a new year, I can do something else. Luca, you're burned out. Well, I mean, you just launched a massive Super World after, what, a year and a half of work, right? You deserve some rest. But of course, you know, the more we see of you around here, the better. To the extent that you can stand Mario Maker. Sometimes people just need some time away and they can pick it up afterwards. Like, there's a lot of doom and gloom sometimes, I think, when it comes to maker scenes in general, where as you see a lot of your own personal networks start to suffer the effects of attrition. That is just going to add to a sense of general malaise about the state of the game. Oh, actually, Mr. All Games All Day. You know what's a really good answer to this? It's actually Bufflin. Because Bufflin actually only streamed for about a month. When he knew that he was about to have his first kid, I think he was buckling down to just be at home a lot and got himself a capture card, I think. I don't know if this is exactly how the story went, because I just sort of saw this happen as a viewer and as somebody who played his levels. But he ended up streaming for about a month, and he actually developed a huge following right away because he was so well known in both the Maker and the ROM hack scenes. Like, he got 1,000 followers like right away in the first week or two, because everybody wanted to see Bufflin make stuff. And then he just dropped off of streaming after a month, probably because, I mean, mix of... Whoops, forgot the P-switch. Forgot to activate a P-switch, rather. Mix of burnout from Maker 2 and family duties, I think. He eventually did make the second Super World, but then I think he's entirely on Super Mario World ROM hacks nowadays. But, you know, he wasn't around long enough in streaming to really be doing big viewer queues or anything. He was mostly doing Maker streams, I think. Yeah, his last stream was January 2021. Yeah, like I said, he was on for about a month. And... yeah, that sort of lines up with what I remember. That's further back than I recall, actually, but... the pandemic totally warped my sense of time, where... there are a lot of things that happened in 2019 that feel like they were, say, 2 years ago rather than 5 years ago, for instance. Because the pandemic just felt like one chunk. Okay, let's not break everything. We need to break open bombs. We don't need to break open all the Koopas and all that. We need to break open flowers, and we need to break open bombs. And Magic Koopas will break the rest. With time, which... ideally, we want to peel this off to check the top pipe, because we didn't get bombs. Where are my bombs? You know, maybe it's not bombs at all. Maybe we just need to check every pipe. But I thought I had among the ones that we had managed to open. Because we've been assuming all this time that we need to rather tediously, you know, excavate our way out of this entire level on the right side here. And judging by the semi-solid placement, that might not even be somewhere safe. Anyway, we'll just stick with it. We'll leave the shell there because the shell clearance is actually very, very good. Oh, we lost a shell. Okay, now we have to deal with a lot more. But yeah, patiently making our way across and having to deal with the make a wall bounce, make a one wall bounce might be the way to do it. Why don't we just play this way to begin with? Like a sensible person. And I actually don't know what that drop is going to be like on the other side, whether it is in fact the exit. But we're about to find out. What is this? Is it a straight drop? Let's find out. Oh, it totally is a straight course. Okay, that's not the exit. That's not the exit. I mean, Natcat used to stream quite a lot more Maker. And... yeah, Natcat, what happened to that person? Secret death sound effects. Well, I was thinking that there were so many... yeah, maybe it is the top middle pipe then. It looks much too suspicious. This is not the first time that we thought that the tedious way to do something was correct, and it didn't turn out to be the case. That was why I had the 3-hour grind on that one Bowser airship level yesterday, was because we kept thinking that we had to beat Bowser by chucking 20 bombs at him at the end, and that was not actually the solution. The actual solution was a bit of a puzzly sequence that was not the most obvious, so... you know what, let's just whack these guys. Have plot, please. And then we will head up to the Yoshi room. But yeah, I mean, you know, like I was saying, I was effectively lapsed from Maker 2 for a little while, but it wasn't from lack of interest or anything, it was just from knowing that, well, I mean, you know, Fire Emblem and Zelda coming out in the same year, that's going to do things over here. And you do have a certain task prioritization that's going to happen. You must be doing quite some data collection to go through 1,000 names of people that started in 2020. Yeah, the thing about, like, I don't know how much you're depending on some of the third-party metrics apps for that, but of course, like, a lot of them only manage to gather data for people who have concurrencies over 10 or something anyway, right? So, of course, if they don't have concurrencies over 10, it's probably not an interesting data point for you anyway with what you're looking at, but... okay, let's get back to that room and check more pipes. That's just too conspicuous. Much, much too conspicuous. No, we're supposed to hit the... okay, no, we can hit the P over here. Then... we'll see. Oh, shouldn't have done that. That's okay. Anyway, let's see what this will give me. Mushroom. But yeah, definitely let me know how this little project of yours goes as you get through it, because there's a lot about, you know, history of Maker 2 that's not very well documented, I think. Where, well, I mean, in general, with both Maker 1 and 2, I think there's a lot that is community knowledge that happens, you know, basically by oral tradition in Discords and the like, but which isn't really well organized in one place, particularly not in written form, because, you know, everything in the video game space just pivoted so aggressively to video content in the last few years. Last 10 years, let's say. Trying to bust that open. Yeah. Theory number 1 right now is going to be the top block. Oh, no. Keep accidentally deflecting these. I mean, we never have successfully managed to break that. Yes. No. But there is a Yoshi there. But it allows me to go through the rooftop instead of dropping down below. You know what? No, we'll keep on breaking it. We'll keep on breaking it every time until we do it. I mean, P-switch would allow you to freeze the conveyors as well, and then... Okay, now we're in business. Now we're in business. Having a bomb open up a little bit more space when the other way would be nice too, but... no, hang on. Yeah, we don't want to lose the helmet, obviously. I mean, we can also just totally trap ourselves. You know what? Let's just bust everything open. Check every pipe. Now that we have the ability to do so. Even on this side. I mean, there might be some other long-term exits in a totally different room that we don't know about. But it was a... Oops, we're in a bit of a problem over here. Yeah, we came through the one-way panel going into this room, so we're definitely progressing forward from here. It's just not quite clear how we're going to be doing that. And then we're about to get completely trapped, so... Well, this is the best we've done. By a long shot. Hang on. Okay. Leap of faith. Oh, no. Okay, no, there's a hard ceiling there. That's not it. Oh, you know what? You can go down this pipe. Okay. Well, we overcomplicated something there. We completely overcomplicated that. We didn't even check the first pipe. And here's the chomp. That's nothing. I guess it makes sense for that pipe to be at the exit since you excavate your way down, but you know, the fact that it was just an open column on the right side that allowed you to dig your way out completely was definitely a little bit misleading. But... Anyway, thank you for the GGs. Oh, an error has occurred. Yeah, so this is the same error code that used to happen all the time. Back in January or thereabouts, when there were a few weeks where we were disconnecting from Maker 1 constantly. I hope we're able to reconnect because we did have some significant Maker 1 downtime the last time that we kept running into this. Luckily, the stream seems to be alive, but we'll see how well we can reconnect with the Wii U because it might be a problem. So. Anyway, give me one moment here, and we'll see if we're actually able to reconnect. It is loading. So we'll see if we can get back into it. But you never know, because it might just be loading the cache from the level list. I'm just going to try to refresh, actually. Because I may or may not be actually disconnected to the servers. Okay. I hope we're able to load in. It's okay if we don't get the clear flag on this level. We saw the clear, and it's not like we were going to be snagging the record here. 2 minutes 22. Yeah, we were nowhere close to that. No, we got the clear. It's okay. Let's hope that we're able to connect into the next level, because it might be uncertain. Yeah, the stream didn't go down though, right? The stream stayed up. So it's not just a daily scheduled interruption, but, you know, this was... Yeah, just on the Wii U side. I could tell from the error code, actually, because, again, we had these issues back in January. And so was everybody else playing Maker 1 at the time until Nintendo patched their servers in the middle of one of my Maker 1 streams, in fact. Back when we were playing Warrior-So, I think. Anyway, let's take a look at Yoshi Sanctuary Revision 1. Have we previously seen a Yoshi Sanctuary? I don't know that we had. So it might have been... Oh, yes, it's this one, okay. But this is post-checkpoint patch, so... we'll see. Yeah, we did clear this one last time. Let's actually see what's going on with the clear rates. This was already 10% and was one of the easier ones. And yeah, this might just be a checkpoint patch for all we know. I don't know if I remember this level well enough from yesterday to pick up on every change that might have happened, but let's see it. The daily scheduled Mario Maker 1 interruption, exactly. That's just what happens. Anyway, here's a little Yoshi pixel art in coins at the beginning. But yeah, I mean, you know, definitely attrition is always sort of expected in a game like this. And I think one of the reasons, in fact, that Orator's stream, despite being like very, very off-peak, got as big as it did. Well, I mean, first of all, he's an excellent player, but he's an excellent player after thousands and thousands of hours of practice. But in his case in particular, like, he really benefited from being as consistent as he was about sticking with Maker 1 and now Maker 2 after all this time. We're supposed to get a POW here. Oh, POW's... Okay, no, I remember this. We grabbed the bones and we leave the bones on the other side. And then we drop all this. There we go. And so, you know, one of the reasons that he got as big as he did was because for a while he was last man standing in Maker 1, basically. And a lot of it is the consistency. Like, he really is somebody who stays on track week to week, and doesn't matter how uninterested or bored he looks or how burnt out he may be, he'll just keep at it until it works. So yeah, previously we had, I think, maybe a longer reload. I mean, the checkpoint flag is obviously new because this is one of the first, actually the first checkpoint flag that we have seen in Magatoro's profile. And yeah, this was just a bit of a racing segment where you get up to Yoshi before he gets dunked. You could also spin jump across, of course, but then you get to the Muncher segment here, and then that's much less feasible. Whoops. And we can take some Bowser Fire on the way down to get through this whole fight here. And let's see. I was actually the 92nd most watched. Yeah, maybe so. 2021 I was off for a big part of it too, in fact. But I used to run a different schedule then as well. But I started in 2020. And I actually was off of Twitch for a couple months after that. Like, there was a period of about 4 or 5 months where I was totally unavailable to stream. And okay, we're supposed to bust this down, I think, unless it was a vine. I think it actually was a vine. Then what do we use to hit it? Okay, we're supposed to use the Thwomp to kill Bowser, which is something that we see in Magatoro's levels a lot. These are early ones, so we have Thwomp killing Bowser like all over the place. These ones. I bet this is maybe... Oh no, you grabbed the power from the right side. We actually noticed this last time as well, that the last time I played this, I did not grab the power from the right side. I just rode the Thwomp up directly, but you can totally do it. And miss. Another one would be nice. There we go. Actually, we need to basically up throw it, I think. For it to make contact accurately. Or, you know what, we'll just ride him up. We'll just ride him up. That's how we did it last time. Never mind of how, we'll just... What? Take the lift. This way instead. More or less the same as the level we saw before, apart from checkpoint flag. Yeah, let me approve the other link, please. I should really just, you know, VIP all the regulars here at some point, but we haven't really done much stream management in a while, and I have to make sure it doesn't break any other permissions. Yeah, so we can have that in the chat log as well, so I can see what data you've been looking at. Yeah, Lecture Dude, as you know, I'm years behind in actually managing anything with the stream. But MGM1, welcome. MGM1, remind me, did you used to stream Maker 2? We've been talking about people who are streamers who lapsed from Maker 2 because Mr. All Games All Day here in chat has been collecting that kind of data and trying to put it together. But anyway, I hope things have been going well for you as well. I know you've been doing a bit of Peach Showtime this week. Anyway, here's the Crystal Tower again. Right, because we did Crystal Tower yesterday as one of the earliest levels. And it was a bit of a puzzle path to get through it. And definitely, I think the length was something that you can imagine some players complaining about, which is why I would imagine this is also just a checkpoint patch. But if there are any other noticeable changes, we'll play through them. I blow the dust off my capture card every time I stream. Actually, very close to it. Both yesterday and today, we had to do a reboot right before stream because something with the capture card wasn't going. And earlier this year, I had a bad HDMI cable that I had to track down as well in my nest of cables. And you know, I never really have time to manage this kind of thing when I have to bounce through. Okay, the one thing we notice immediately, there's no spring here. In the last version, we always took the spring in this room and brought it forward. So it's kind of interesting to see how things are going to change in this version of the level when it comes to attitudes towards pacing and difficulty tuning, because we have a very good sense nowadays of how Magatoro tends to build in Maker 2, and of course by playing these early Maker 1 levels we're getting a sense of how that was approached. Notice that Thwomp is missing here as well, the second Thwomp, because it was previously a little bit blind, and sort of had to be in order to have enough space to descend. This was previously the Boo Ring, it is still the Boo Ring. We just damage boosted through this on previous attempts because it was otherwise a little too forbidding. We might even damage boost through here and then grab the flower and then run. I actually like that idea. Will I make it? Yes, I will. Okay. You can feel rewarded for cleverness or something. Oh, whoop. Here we go. You're currently going through... Oh, Ace Attorney Investigations, right? If I'm reading that correctly. I still have to play through the original Phoenix Wright trilogy. I have it on 3DS, and I actually have been pretty active with my 3DS again lately. Done some other things on the side, so yeah, we're kind of breezing through this because with lots of practice through the original version of this level, I did get a sense of how it flows and where the power-ups are located. Which is not to say I remember what we did here. Oh, yes, that's right. There's a whole sequence here with Magic Koopas. Previously, we used a spring that we carried to block one of the pipes, but the idea is that we need the Magic Koopas to zap this open, and it becomes a bomb, and then the bomb then trades up to a P-switch. Yeah, so far, apart from removing the trampoline cheese, this is the level we remember. We want to bust this open. I believe that's the P-switch pipe. It's also lowering P-switches in a way that causes a bit of inconvenience because it lets P-switches fall down and block the mushroom. If it is still the P-switch pipe, we don't know that for a fact. Also, Magikoopa's zapping the mushrooms is persistently a problem as well. Okay, let's get a bomb. Take it up here. There we go. P-switch. Yes, except he zapped it. That's okay, we'll take it up here. Yeah, so I got to know this level quite well yesterday, which is why we're lasting through it here. Oh, except I think this was actually just a bonus on this end. It's not actually something we do. Oh, it's Yoshi. Okay, so this is a change that we hit Yoshi here. Previously it was a 1-up, it was something else that we needed. You're asking me, Professor Layton stream sometime. I've actually never played anything in the series. I have had it recommended heavily to me because, you know, as a puzzle person, it makes sense. But it might be a good candidate to stream someday simply because I would be going into it with it as complete unknown. Right, I remember now. This exit, it loops you through if you take the top pipe in this room. But Yoshi is actually a significant difficulty nerf here in terms of having him available. Oh, except we did that. No, the way you get through this room is you actually use the P-switch to lower the blasters on the right, and you open up a secret gate. So checkpoint takes you right here, which is not actually that useful because it means we don't have the flower. We can have this. We can still bust through all the chomps. Okay. But yeah, because it's kind of got ghost house logic in a way, where, you know, it has a false exit that actually loops you back into this room. If you go through the pipe that is at the top of the boost stack room. The thing you do instead is use the P-switch to get through. Oh, and in that case, you don't actually need Yoshi. You don't need to do the whole Yoshi interaction. You just need the P-switch once. How do I look at it? Because that way we know how the level works. Let's open this up. Nope. Mushroom, please. And that's a whole lot of spinies here. Let's just clear some space. If we can. Nope, nope. And that opens up a second Magikoopa pipe, which is not what we want. However, we have a Shelmet, which I didn't expect. Actually, the Shelmet is a significant nerf to this level as well, because now we can just use a Shelmet instead of the bomb to bust through. There was definitely no Shelmet in the previous version. So that's a significant gain for the player as far as difficulty goes. That was way too dangerous. Shelmet, please. Shelmet, please. Get rid of this guy while Magikoopa's spawn point isn't on stream. Let's go up. Oh no, we just need a P-switch. And then we take the P-switch with us over here. And a Spiny Hat is actually a huge boon here because it gets rid of booze. At least until you lose the Spiny Hat. And lose everything else. Then it's over here. Which is also where we took a timeout death previously. So yeah, we could definitely see the difficulty adjustments all over the place in this level. Just to let the player shortcut through some of the fussier interactions. Oh, missed him. We got him last time though. This is one thing that's been interesting to track as well with going through a lot of people's profiles, is that we have seen a lot of before and after versions, particularly as the checkpoint patch came in. And it's always fascinating to see what changes are made. Thank you for the GGs. You just never made a level long enough to warrant a checkpoint before the update. I just never updated my levels post-checkpoint. But... yeah, and here's the revision of the previous level. I wonder if this one resolves the issue of just falling off the gate. That's in a subworld, so you can't see it here. But I kind of wonder if this was also nerfed in some way. We're not going to go through the level exhaustively to see all the rooms for changes necessarily, but, you know, obviously we broke things in a way that may very well have been fixed. And we'll just go with the path that we know for the time being. Oh, whoops. No, we didn't want this one. Although this room does give you a POW, so that's potentially helpful, although you do need to swap lifts in this room. Yeah. Oh. This gets you up to P-switch. And then... yeah, all this stuff is pretty much the same as before. Except this is not a Yoshi anymore, it's a Shelmet. Oh, possibly we just did a huge shortcut through this level that was not intended and will require me to navigate things all over again. Now, that's a single-use Shelmet, though, so... as a single-use Shelmet that spawned from a block, surely that can't be part of the required progression path. But we don't know, so... we'll have to see. So, yeah, all of a sudden, no Yoshi, so maybe we do need to go through this. Grokowski changed his streaming time, I think. I know he has been on every now and then. We were kind of talking earlier in the year about putting a puzzle contest together, but I was busy with Maker 1 and wasn't very much available. So I don't know if there's... I don't know what his current circumstances are, why he's been off for about a month. But, oh. That was a bad idea. That's okay, we've got a power up on this side. No, we got a POW on this side, never mind. But yeah, there were some early discussions about it. Oh, maybe we should have taken the POW up here. Got a bunch of gates. About a 2024 Puzzle Contest edition that didn't quite come together. There might be some interest in that later in the year, but it's not something I've discussed with him yet. Did I make anything? Make anything for what? For which game or which context? A level in terms of... in Maker 1 or Maker 2 or... Okay, let's head over here. Yeah, let me know what context you mean. Oh, you meant for a potential contest, was I making something and came up with the idea? No, I was just looking at... oh yeah, this is just a shelter room now. No, I was just looking at doing the playing and judging for it again, as I've done for a couple of contest seasons. Well, it looks like the thing that you mainly gain here is the P-switch, if you want to take one back with you. We don't have Yoshi anymore for this, though, so we might have to trade up with a POW. So yeah, definitely the items here were reorganized in terms of sequence, which is interesting in its own way. It's kind of like when you play a Metroid or Zelda randomizer or something and look at how things are in a totally different order. Yeah, so previously the right side module gave us a P-switch. Now it might give us something different. We will look at the power spot first. We'll have to trade up for the power, I think. So yeah, same layout, but just with a bit of reorganization of the power up, so we aren't going to be skipping nearly as much of the level this time. Now, P-switch over here. Okay, P-switch and mushroom. Doesn't seem to give me any new doors though, so this wasn't helpful then. We just basically traded up to a P-switch. Well, spring might be helpful, but then the entrance is going to work completely differently now. So we should check some of the pipes that we had bypassed previously in case there is a major change here as well. To where this bomb gets you down below, for instance. Oh, just blow that up and see what it gets you. Magic Koopa. But that might be something traversable, so... Okay, let's go down here. Right, this takes you up to the top, but you would need to carry a P-switch with you into this room through that exit, which we can do. We can just loop back to that room, I think, and just use the pipe duplication. Any P-switch will do. We just need to carry it back there into that bottom pipe. And loop around, and if you have access to 2 P-switches here, you don't need Yoshi to make the vine climb. The whole point of doing so... So Yoshi, I think, was just entirely removed from this level, so far as we can tell. Possibly because, you know, he lets you get all kinds of skips in with jumping all over the place. But yeah, let's dump this P. Be around here. Slap this. Should be able to get to the vine climb here. It's doable with POW block as well, of course. And then we're through to here again, and now we'll see what the excavation part of the level looks like when we get to it. Checkpoint! Look at that. In case you do break things completely, the way we did previously. So we know that the exit we want is... or rather, this gets you... or previously got you Yoshi plus Spiny Shell, and that was potentially beneficial. This might give you bombs, though, and it looks like it is still potentially bombs all the way over. But yeah, we'll want to bust this open so we have consistent flower access. Oh, this opened up already, unless it was just... always available. And then we can just... down here immediately. That seems a little bit relaxed, actually, relative to how it used to be. And of course, you can always grab the Spiny Hat again after this if you have issues. I'm trying to get back onto Yoshi, though. Oh. Hang on. Let's clear some space if we can. Oh, lost a hat. That's okay, we'll just go back up and get Hat plus Yoshi again. Oh, then we'll go back for Yoshi as well. But we know from the last time around that the exit that we wanted to check was just excavating down below, so... Yoshi, of course, gives you the automatic spin jump. That's going to do the bomb kick, so... it's going to be a little easier to work with that way. Because we know we just keep kicking until we go down. Yeah, it still drops off the right side. But maybe it's a little bit more obvious now because there's no floor down there to press through. Yeah, it's still just a straight drop down the right. And then here we just go for this, I suppose. And we'll even get rid of this guy for good measure. Not that we can hit the question block, so... So yeah, Yoshi doesn't arrive in this level until the central segment at the end, and he's not strictly necessary if you just decide to excavate your way down with bombs. So definitely something is retuned, and lots of multiple routes as well. Oh, we were 30 seconds off the world record. And that was with a lot of wandering back and forth to learn the level fresh, and so I feel like this world record was very much beatable if we wanted to, but we'll probably continue for now. I'm happy with the record we got yesterday after the 3-hour grind on this one down here. So that took me a long time to work out, and we were ahead of the previous record by about a minute, so clearly it wasn't something that had been really figured out. Here's Dizzing Mushrooms lead, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure. Might be slightly garbled, but I'm sure the concept will be obvious. It might be kind of like a Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy, but with mushrooms, I would imagine. And yeah, Megat, I don't know if you played Magatoro's profile at all in Maker 2. If you played some of the Maker 2 editions of YMM, you will have played some Magatoro. It was Magatoro who made the New Donk City level that had like the recreation of the New Donk City boss in one of that series. As well as the 4YMM ship level that was removed, unfortunately. There was one level removal but from Nintendo that was very unfortunate. But yeah, I've been a big fan of the Maker 2 set of levels for a long time, and so this was a natural profile for me to look at in Maker 1, because it took some digging to find this code, in fact, because Magatoro was not involved in the editions of YMM back then. And yeah, this is a lot of early experimentation, as we saw with some of the earlier levels just today, that, you know, there were definitely efforts to break into a lot of various nonlinear formats even before checkpoints came in, and it'll be interesting to see how these ideas go on. So, in some ways, almost an underrated profile is in Maker 1 terms. I mean, you know, it does have a lot of plays on it, but there wasn't a lot of contact with some Japanese makers back then, and so I feel like a lot of people outside of Japan probably don't know this set in Maker 1, if at all. But I don't know, there might be a famous level or something that comes later, but I'm not entirely clear on this. Yeah, bit of an easier exploratory level, which is nice as a change, I think. But certainly early on we see a great deal of diversity to a lot of makers who are still kind of figuring out who they were in this game. Just progress room to room. Okay, this is a previous room and we know that because of the block and the checkpoint. So we just need to sort of track where we have or have not been, which is potentially challenging, because I might be looping through a lot of the same stuff. But let's go back through the pipe, actually, then. I wonder if there's anything we can do. Oh, maybe grab one of these. Or do we just lose Yoshi? Well, let's see. Because we'll eventually want to come out of that side. I totally wasn't paying attention when it comes to navigation here, so I feel like we can probably make it up. Or maybe make it up to the right side here. Whoops. No. Oh, whoops. Oh. Well, let's scout ahead, because I wonder if there's anything that Yoshi can traverse here. I don't think so, actually. Not on this side, anyhow. Oh, whoops, backed into that by mistake. Yeah, it's not going to be in this room. And we're just making a bit of a disaster out of it at this point. Convenient little Yoshi trap over here, though, for sure. So yeah, we know that door is not matched to what it wants. Oh, there's a pipe over here. We didn't check that. It just be a pipe. Or did we check that? Nope, this is new. We know because we haven't activated that block. And the mole is going to walk over here. Let's go for the fire flower if we can. Yeah, probably nothing up there, but we'll check the other doors. And this is a new room as well, so... This vaguely reminds me of one of the levels in Wonder as well. But... Oh. Let's grab this separately. Still got about 200 seconds to mess around here before we crash out. But... And we came in through doors here previously, right? So maybe we should go for the bottom left pipe in order to progress. Just need to keep track of it. Oh, no, it's not going to do that. That's where we came in, huh? Wait, oh, pipe stacking. Okay, no wonder. I keep forgetting to account for pipe stacking in this game. You know, we should actually check the left side going back through the entrance now. No wonder I was so disoriented. It was actually pipe stacking all this time. And I wonder if we can enter this one. Oh, maybe not. But we'll see if there's something that is just back at the beginning. Given that there's checkpoint there, I suspect it might be the case. I mean, was this the very start? It was. I'm quite lost, as you can see. But we have power-ups now, so that's a bonus. Was there anything up here I didn't find? No. Not in the entrance room, certainly. Okay, well, let's just weave our way back through the level and just try to figure it out again. Yeah, the pipe stack totally threw me off. So, this is just a wiggler. And, yeah, repeatable checkpoints at least, so we'll get there when we time out. Doors at least don't have stacking issues. We'll just wrap around and see if we can retrace our steps. No, this just wraps you back here. Okay, so it cycles around, and so we need to follow the cycle until we find the exit through it. Left side door here was where... Okay, left side from checkpoint brings you here. I've totally lost track of where the doors are matched. Problem is that we've kind of been to every room at this point. Yeah, so this was the pipe that was the issue earlier, I think. So we can track the doors, but we certainly can't track the pipes when it comes to what's leading where. Yeah. Was this sort of explicitly labeled as a maze? It kind of is. Or not, but... Let's see, we'll just have to check most things, I guess. Probably is one of the pipes eventually, we don't know how that'll go, because if you go through here... Yeah, the pipe stack really kind of caught me for a loop. And yeah, we've been through here though. I'm pretty sure. Hard to tell at this point. Right, because this drops you in here. So what was the one that had the bottom left? We should really track which subworld we're in too, but I guess though if the pipes kick you back out, then it's not gonna be too helpful. Okay, so this is progress. It's through this left pipe over here. I wonder what happened to your reverse through this pipe, in fact. Oh, this is gonna be a problem. We're gonna have timeout soon anyway. Let's just drop Yoshi in. This is not stacked, okay. Let's lead him over. Let's just climb. That mantra seemed new. I'm not going to remember where any of those power-ups were either. Oh, did we actually go through this door at any point? Let's check it. This seems like a new area. This is a new area. And then, where does this go? Back to where we were. Okay. And how come this was not activated? Was this the one that led me back? 1 second. Oh, pipe stacking. Yeah, okay. Alright, at least we have the blocks reset this time so we can track where we have or haven't been. So we know we'll track as much as we can. We'll just remember to do it. Left pipe. Then... which way do we go from here? Yeah, we previously went back through that door, and that was not helpful, I think. And then, oh, let's do this again. And this pipe, I think, was not where we wanted to go. It was... yeah. I mean, it is really, quite literally maze level, so we just need to get a bit of attention here. Track some of the coins along the way, just to see what we're doing. Yeah, this is the helmet location. And Electro Dude, you have to go? Yeah, you take care as well. Okay, this is something a little bit new. And then... oh, here it is. Okay, got it. Feather. Interesting. I mean, I guess we're in a subworld right now, so we... that's a single-use feather, though. If it's required for the exit, that would be unconventional. Let's not lose it. I do want to keep it. Feather. Okay, so this is main world. Oh, pipe stack. Okay, never mind. Pipe stack solved it for me, so... single-use feather didn't end up mattering after all. So yeah, as soon as we found a previous room, we basically had a solution. You're starting to realize how many people you said see you on Twitch that you never spoke to again. Why? Because they stopped streaming or you stopped watching them? Or both? Or, I guess if you're just talking about other people in chat, that works too. Boat of Bullet Bill. This is a 0.6. Well, looking forward to this one. Given that we played a good chunk of lava boat levels. The Maker 2 profile, world record by Velhard here. Is Velhard actually still around in any capacity? I kind of get the sense that he used to be a Maker streamer. I've recognized his name on a couple of these, and I have this vaguest memory that he used to be at least a YouTuber. If not also live on Twitch. I may have submitted him levels at some point, but it's so far back I don't remember. Anyway. One of those personal experiences that you never translated to your Twitch life. Oh, you mean saying goodbye to someone for the last time in general, or do you mean something else? Okay, so we just sustain ourselves in a boat and try to stay alive. I don't know, I've definitely had a lot of circumstances where there's a particular feeling that one associates, I think, with knowing that this might be, say, the last run at a competitive scene for people, like if they're in their last year of eligibility for something like a college tournament, or something where you genuinely might not see them again, and you kind of know that just given that there's a very natural, say, end-of-season breakpoint for that. Depending on whether you have any kind of reason to keep in contact with them. You know, like if you're traveling between cities for competitions or something, and you know that somebody's eligibility is over, or that they will be leaving the field. Because that's a transitional boundary for a lot of people, right? You know, if they're involved in university clubs or athletics at any level, or other things like that, where there is kind of one last kick at the can that you have at some point. But I don't know if I get necessarily graduation so much, but definitely with circuits that involve a lot of travel or interacting with people from different institutions. I suppose if, you know, people were moving cities for uni and then moving immediately afterwards, but kind of depends where you are, I guess, for that sometimes, because whoops. Haven't been able to hit the note block so far. Your small town you grew up in, once you were done high school, most people left or tried to. Oh yeah, and well, that's understandable with a lot of high school networks. Yeah, I've reunited with a pretty significant number of people from university, actually, but in spite of the fact that everybody was from a different place and was off to a different place, that I've found that to be the network, particularly in undergrad, that was easiest to maintain. Even internationally, you know, where you kind of find your way back to people in unexpected circumstances. Or sometimes expected ones if you're, I don't know, invited to the same weddings or what have you. Depends on how close you are, I guess, and whether you're really part of the same network in general, or have any reason to see them again. I've noticed that I am at the point where I am, you know, forgetting people's names. So I used to be very, very good about names, and in some ways, social media was a good memory aid for that. So while people were a little more active, the paradoxical thing I've always found about social media and, you know, things like that are more personal rather, like you know, walled gardens, like how people used to use Facebook, for instance. The paradoxical thing about them is that they are most fun with people who you actively are still seeing day to day and still have interactions with and are still in contact with in person. They are in fact best used as a supplement for people with whom you are still actively around. They're much, much less useful for the supposedly intended function of keeping in touch with people that you've drifted away from over time. And in fact, that's exactly how people sort of lose touch with why they were friends in the first place and how they could stand each other when all they do nowadays is, I don't know, grumble over some kind of, well, and controversial difference of opinion, or what have you. It's actually best around people that you still are active with in real life. Where you're basically sharing photographs from trips that you went to recently or something like that, where there's something to bond with that's very immediate. Yeah, I realized some time ago that Twitch has actually kind of become my main online social space. It happened surprisingly in some ways, but to the extent that I'm in contact with people online, I think it's actually principally Twitch nowadays, including some people that I know in person or knew in person beforehand. But and despite the streaming format not necessarily lending itself to the same kind of conversation when it's sort of many to one. Okay, now let's get over here. Yeah, as soon as this second one loads in from the top track, it's actually a little easier to ride between vehicles the way I was doing earlier. Yeah, every single one of these levels has been something a little unconventional. Be it the structure or the format that you're interacting with. And again, this is, you know, still, what, November 2015 or so. This is very early on. Also, the 70-second timer, I only just noticed. It's probably just there as a relaxed indication of what length of level you're in for. Not really a tight timer by any means, I would imagine. Twitch provides a unique dynamic, really interesting compared to organic real-life relationships. Well, real-life friendships, rather. As with any form of social media whatsoever, though, I think it's a vastly different experience when it comes to scale of how big a following you have and how many people you have active in chat, in terms of how feasible it is to perform any kind of personal interaction where you get a sense of who people are on a more individual level. You know, somebody who's got 1,000 viewers and is sort of talking at their audience and only able to manage so much with moderator assistance, they're having a completely different experience than somebody who's streaming to 10 or 20 people, right? And that's absolutely the case with other forms of public social media as well, be it on Twitter or what have you, is that, you know, depending on the amount of attention that people get and the kind of interaction that they get on their account, you're practically not using the same service as somebody with, say, hundreds of followers rather than tens of thousands. You're not seeing the same thing. And you don't have even remotely the same perspective when it comes to things like user safety from harassment or abuse or what have you. Or not even that, but even just in terms of the kind of content you feel like you are able to produce there, and the kind of interactions that are incentivized, right? And I think often what happens when people get into huge intercultural conflicts on social media is that they're coming from perspectives that have totally different norms when it comes to etiquette. And they don't realize that the other network that they're interacting with all of a sudden has completely different norms of etiquette that might not have any relation to their own. And then you get into all kinds of problems from there, right? Where, you know, what is acceptable discourse to some people, or acceptable behavior to some people when it comes to privacy, anonymity, etc. is... So this probably blocks you off from the goal? I'm guessing it blocks you off from the goal. But I wanted to see it. Okay. I mean, it's telling you no, 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 but so presumably it does block you off from the goal, but I had to see it for myself. But yeah, when people's following really kind of blows up, I sort of wonder what happens to their ability to relate to the original core network that now kind of gets buried in chat, right? Where, I mean, I guess that's why people have something like a VIP system, or why people just wind up getting appointed as bots. But definitely I could see people initially having a very positive time on a given stream up till the point that it grows into something that is no longer able to interact with them in quite the same way in terms of whether they can even talk to the streamer in quite the same way, right? Just as a matter of scale. Anyway, let's drop some of this. Yeah, interesting to think about, I think. Because sometimes the reason that people fall off streaming isn't just because of the game, it's because the interaction that you get at a certain scale is no longer right for them. And alternatively, it's very easy to see how some people can burn out from a decline in growth or expansion of the audience as well if they feel like they're putting in a lot of hours for not much when it comes to audience response. I mean, realistically, as somebody who has been most consistent with building the stream towards a Mario Maker community, well, to the extent that I've been consistent about it, which is which is not always the case year to year. Definitely, there's an audience drop-off every time I try to stream something different, and you know that's sort of expected. It's very difficult to be someone who's a genuine variety streamer, where you know people have stuck around long enough that they're sort of more interested in your brand or your personality than the game that you're playing. And sometimes you see some people who have, what, 100 followers or something, saying that, oh, I'm a variety streamer, I'll just hang out here and play whatever I want. And, you know, that's what they want to play, obviously. More power to them when it comes to using their time, but they probably don't necessarily realize, if you are invested in building a following, just how specialized you have to be to begin with in order to have any kind of viability as a variety streamer eventually. That, you know, everybody did have a core community at some point, and certainly they all would have lost a part of that core community when transitioning into something broader. And, you know, they might have come out of that seeing a lot of success as they expand into a new audience, but anybody who is a large-scale variety player did come from a core game at some point, I think. That it's very unusual not to have that as something that was the central appeal that you built around initially. And Mario Maker is kind of a unique circumstance, I think, in that you do have a lot of people who drop off Maker, but then there were, in some cases, very natural places for them to go, like Super Mario World ROM hacks in particular were kind of built up to their current state, I think, by people drifting off of Maker 1. I mean, they always existed, but definitely there was a pre- and post-Maker 1 state of the community when it came to ROM hacks. And with a lot of that being just audiences willing to follow streamers over. And particularly if you have people who are, very active in becoming ROM hack makers with an existing following, which was very much the case, I think, for the people who effectively just, made partner off Maker 1. But yeah, I have very little interaction with the mega celebrity side of Twitch. I recognize some of the names, especially if they participated in things like the Chess Pock Champs tournament or something, but... And occasionally, I have a couple of big streams that I follow in that they would cover for things like new releases that I really don't have any intention to play soon, but was kind of curious about looking at anyway. There are definitely a few key people at certain hours that I go to for that, but mostly just to lurk. In that they're just personable enough that if I want to see footage or something that's new and exciting but not on my radar anytime soon, at least I know where to go. But yeah, in general, I think I don't really have much contact with the big streams. And it's sort of interesting to think about that for a lot of people who are users on this platform, that sometimes all they see are the big names, and they don't have much contact with people who are sort of not at partner level, or even necessarily a perspective on how small you have to be a small stream, where you might think 100 concurrent viewers is small or something if they only watch the Twitch celebrities and get into the whole just chatting drama network and all that. But whereas realistically, streams on our scale, say if you're talking about 1,000 follower range or so, you have to keep in perspective that this is actually the top 1 to 2% of Twitch that we're talking about. That the overwhelming majority of streams that operate barely even have metrics collected on them, because it's a lot of people just kind of putting on the capture card while they're playing by themselves, and if you're so lucky as to have someone drop in and say hello and lurk who isn't a bot who's trying to spam you and solicit graphic design work or something, you're kind of lucky to have interaction, right? And so it's sort of fortunate that, we're very often right in that pocket where we're able to talk to people on an individual basis and more or less follow the chat, albeit with some occasional inaccuracies and not quite saying hello to everybody, but it's a comfortable place to be in, to have a fairly regular circle of, dozen or so people that will just come and hang out, plus a lot of people who are semi-regular who are no less valued. This is a pretty good autopilot level in its own right. It's kind of appealing to look at, and there's quite a lot of variation from one attempt to the next. But it's definitely one where we're just kind of jumping point to point, so I'm actually able to just play it and talk at the same time. I streamed to most ungodly hours. Yeah, unfortunately, that's my necessity. I tried to stream better hours back in 2020, but we had some pretty significant changes, and also some time zone changes over the years as well, which is why my schedule often year to year just oscillates back and forth. Last year, for instance, I was going 2 hours earlier than I am now, and that was about as convenient as I was able to make it for North America in particular for quite some time. But yeah, I mean, I stream at this time because it's literally my only time. And we don't get to play video games uninterrupted otherwise. I'm trying to find a daytime slot again. I would likely use it for something like Scrabble because, you know, the problem with that, mainly when it comes to considering streaming times, is just finding a time when opponents will actually be live and in sufficient quantities to be interesting. But I mean, essentially, time zones don't matter here anymore once you're past a certain point of madness. But I'm on when I'm on. So, whoops. But yeah, definitely we've had a few spans in the past on the stream where I was kind of taking a portable setup with me and temporarily across the country for a few weeks at a time, and we had to adjust accordingly. But bit of a more stable setup nowadays, but definitely not a more accessible time. I mean, at this point we have a core audience of people who can make it, and naturally it's going to be constrained by the inaccessibility of the stream, which is also why I try to keep VODs as much as possible, because there are people who do follow on VOD on a regular basis and tell me so. And perhaps even some people who don't tell me so, but it's not something we could do without, I think, for a stream like this one. Okay. Having the helmet helps quite a great deal. Stay nice and high here, and having the helmet does allow me to adjust quite a bit here. Anyway, okay, we're past the point where we had the issue earlier with going into the not recommended location. Oh, there's a bomb walking down there. Bombs flying around generally, in fact. Okay. Yeah, I've been telling people, particularly Scrabble people, that I do want to get back into streaming it, but we'll, like I said, after Maker 1, the main thing we'll be doing here is going to be making 2 Super Worlds for at least a few weeks. And I do have a gigantic backlog that has built up at this point, and I've kind of had to cut things from it where I just have to say, okay, I guess we're not streaming this game because it's not going to fit, and I'm just not going to get to play it if I insist on streaming it. Is there an issue with people cheating with stream sniping? I mean, given that it's a game that has hidden information, yes, but the competitive pool is also small enough that when you're playing known people, it's generally going to be acceptable to do it on the honor system. It's something that we'll see quite frequently on Scrabble streams, for instance, where, you know, people will just openly play with viewers, and they'll just kind of take it on trust that you're not going to do stream teaching, and you'll just, you know, duck out temporarily. And of course, that's only in circumstances where you know the community well enough to know that they'll operate harmoniously, but where, you know, everybody's trying to have a fun and fair game here, and you just have to accept that. And that's among people who are, you know, already existing competitive players and such. The thing is, if I'm playing against somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, it doesn't matter if they look up the words in a dictionary and also look at my rack and try to block me at every turn or something, I will probably still beat them. Right? Like, realistically, that's just... I mean, obviously, there's always room for random variants to do crazy things and alter that otherwise. But basically, if you're good enough that you would put up an interesting game and be interested in doing so against somebody who's running a Scrabble stream. And there are not that many of us. I think I know practically everybody who does it. If you count knowing them on Twitch as knowing them anyway. Like, the stream cheating is not something that we're worried about at this scale, I would say. It's just not impactful enough. But I mean, people who do other hidden information games manage just as well. If they're playing Hearthstone or something, perhaps. But to a certain extent, you just sort of trust people not to cheat in what is supposedly a friendly match. But feels like you can cheese this bit standing on left blaster. Oh, just by blocking it off? Up to a point, but then you get everything else coming in much later. Yeah, because, you know, if you're not dealing with blasters, then you just have to have the cannon coming from the right side being a potential risk. But yeah, the thing is, you know, surviving the first segment is not too much of a concern anyway. We can just continue for the time being until we go on, because it's really this sort of ending sequence with a low ceiling that worries me a little more. I mean, when there's a bit of an asymmetry, when it comes to playing with streamers, even games of perfect information like chess are going to be vulnerable to people trying to do engine lookup or whatever, right? And so, as somebody who's being the gracious host of the game, you just have to accept that people who are cheating are just kind of spoiling their own fun. And the attitude to some extent has to be like, cheat all you want, and I'm just going to beat you anyway. I know, incidentally, that's why that's things like Bullet and Blitz tend to be dominant formats online. That there's less potential, in a chess contest anyway, for people to be doing obvious engine lookups with every move. Also, that it lends itself naturally to being more like a computer game, I think, where, you know, people basically play bullet chess like as an RTS or something. Yeah, as you can see, you know, this totally stuffs you out after you get projectiles from both sides. So, not really that helpful. I said I wouldn't do too many long runs, but this is actually a satisfying one to play through because it's very dynamic and there's tons of variance between attempts. And also because it's a very convenient conversation piece level, which isn't always the case. Projectiles are not actually that fast, that's the thing. You know, if you stay reasonably centered, you can actually still have tons of reaction time. Oh, lost that. I was trying to grab it, but yeah, landing on shells that you're trying to grab is much fussier to make it 1 and 2. Noticeably fussier. Because you could have the Y button held down the whole time, but if you're just at a bad angle, you kill the shell anyway. Nope. And then can't you stand on the lift on the left? Yeah, I was actually kind of looking at that previously on one of the earlier attempts where we were kind of between the two. Because then you don't need to deal with whatever's on this tray over here. Oops. It seemed like going between them was sort of optimal. Anyway, I'd like to stay here long enough to grab the shellman, though. We're able to do so. Obviously, having the shellman land directly on my head is best. Oh, you mean like down here? Like on this little offset here? We'll see what happens once you get into a later part of the level. Yeah, I actually noticed this a while earlier. Now that you mentioned it. But, oh yeah, this is why you don't do it, because of the fire bars. Throwing for conversation. I suppose so. No, it actually keeps me reasonably focused in some ways if I'm not sort of actively trying to handle a lot of information in a level like navigation or puzzle solving. If I'm just doing platforming, that's something that I don't need the verbal part of my brain to do. But I mean, there's still a natural performance penalty that comes from streaming anything, but oops. We'll get through a bit more of it. We must be pretty near the end to be in that later segment where things get a little bit wild, but we'll try to make it through there first. Yeah, we are usually fine up to the shellman, but then if we can actually be under the shellman as it falls, it's ideal. Oh, that's bad position. Yeah, that pickup just might not happen. Because the position over the muncher is just kind of awful. But we'll try to time it accurately. Nope, didn't quite get it. Just sitting there the whole time, too, just waiting for me to finally get a good position on it. And that's why you want a helmet, is at that point you get projectiles coming up from up top and you can't just high bounce everywhere. But yeah, there are definitely kinds of levels that like puzzles, for instance, where, you know, I do want to be talking about what it is I'm doing and explaining my line of thinking. And if I don't do it, I very easily lose track of what step I'm on at any given time. But when it comes to just platforming, it's not too much of a concern. At least I don't think it is. Actually, if you just get on top of the one that's coming down, well, we'll see. There's something I was trying to go for here. Yeah, where you... Oh. Would just be able to jump up to the lip of that platform. It's just that you wouldn't have access to the fuzzy shell, so... fuzzy helmet. Okay. By the way, that 3D World puzzle I tested didn't go into Super World, but you're still going to upload it soon. I see. Thanks for letting me know. I mean, I have to keep track of what came to that. I think I know which one you're talking about. The 3D World puzzle I tested. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we'll also see the Super World fairly soon. Hope the comment art has been fun, incidentally. That's one thing that we'll need to remember to dip into, because obviously if you play in the Super World format, you're not checking level by level. Whatever people have been scrawling, but... Nope. Lost it immediately. Just trying to duck out of that, but... Actually, it makes sense to clear space quickly. But no, here you want to stay high until you get into the low ceilings, that kind of thing. You're trying to leave art in everything that you're trying to beat to clear check timing. Yeah, I once found this puzzle series that we played on stream where the clear check time was actually kind of deliberately obfuscated. But it was the randomizer multipath puzzle level by Funked, which was still one of the most memorable puzzles I've played. That actually reminds me, Magat, that I actually should send you a Maker 2 puzzle list at some point, since you were asking for something to that effect, because we've seen some really fun ones. Particularly if you're looking at 2. Things like escape room puzzles that you want to do with chat. But also some other ones that might benefit from a bit of backseating, perhaps. But yeah, definitely. So somebody has metrics for Maker uploads year to year. It might even be Uncaught Cursor, the Maker Central maker who showed me this. But I've definitely seen somebody keep metrics of how many uploads there were per day or per month in Mario Maker, and there actually is a noticeable spike every time there is a sale on the game. And there, of course, were the biggest spikes every time there was a patch, up until the 3.0 patch. But I haven't looked at that data recently, and I kind of wonder how sharp the year-to-year decline actually was, because sometimes it's just a lot of social churn in that, you know, it feels like everybody you know is dropping off, but they're actually being replaced by people you don't know and aren't in contact with. And the decline isn't as bad as you might think, but I feel like there actually was sort of a pretty noticeable drop in Maker 2 activity this year. In January. So, and I could tell because there was a sudden shift in some of the dynamics I tend to expect in viewer level streams when it comes to how long things will take and how many people I can expect to come in at a certain hour. So, but yeah, I've definitely seen like a graph or a visualization of this stuff at some point. I don't know if it's something that you would have dug up yourself. Oh, lost the helmet. The helmet was extremely useful here, so that's not good. The helmet was actually very, very good for this segment, specifically. Yeah, rare Nintendo sales make a big deal when it happens, yes, absolutely. I mean, you have to admit that even if it comes at the cost of the size of a player base, that Nintendo has definitely trained the audience not to just expect that everything will be 75% off quickly like in the rest of the market. In terms of just making sure their products retain value. Yeah, I've definitely swung towards getting physical cards to my games as much as I can. I was kind of half physical and digital for both the 3DS and for the Switch because the portability and also swapping between games that are very regular on the fly does matter. I mean, I definitely have Maker 2 digitally, for instance. But yeah, definitely a lot of things like service closures and other preservation issues that have popped up every now and then have given people a reason to be a little spooked, I think, when it comes to the sense of security they have over their digital libraries long term. I feel like I've been on this one for some time. That's okay. Yeah, so if you liked the Pink Birdo hieroglyph level, there's a second one too. That was an earlier one that I think it shares a lot with the character set though, but I'm not entirely sure if I remember. Yeah, we hopefully won't have to interrupt the stream too soon today. I'm keeping an eye on this in case I'm urgently needed for something, but we'll try to push on for this level for the time being. And yeah, Luka Grikowski has a few that are like that, especially early on. Like, I was kind of first introduced to Grikowski's profile because he had a few escape room style levels that were actually fairly gentle, like a very good introduction to the form. In terms of, you know, decoding a character set. He had a big breakout level in Maker 1 that we only recently learned about and played through. In that, he actually did one of the most popular, if not the most popular, Mario Maker 1 tribute level to Portal, which, well, I mean, now that we know more about him and what kind of player and maker he is, it doesn't surprise us at all. But... And it was the museum one you played, yeah. And yeah, definitely if you remember the minibar Tetris level in 4YMM, I believe it was. That's one that will have some striking stylistic similarities as well. Oops. And yeah, we've definitely played a couple of variations on the form that are much, much more difficult in some ways. When it comes to the information that you have to track and kind of codes you have to enter. I wonder how close we were to the end here. We could have done that from the timer. I think we were down to about 20 seconds or so. One of the best attempts. We've been bouncing on this mindlessly for a while, but we'll see if we can get the clear on it. Oops. Got through a decent chunk regardless. But we'll try to push through it. Yeah, there are definitely a couple of escape room specialists in Make It 2 that we've seen before. Wasn't really aware of anybody other than Pink Birdo doing the format in Make It 1, though. Although, again, I'm not really up to speed with a lot of Make It 1 puzzles, and we will not really be able to cover some of the better-known profiles in time. Well, we missed a helmet this time, so... Whoop. I have to be a bit careful there. Yeah, without the helmet, it's much more troublesome as you get into the low ceiling area. Yeah, the bullets that are sort of traveling left to right, due to the track speed of the platform itself, you know, they are less troublesome to deal with in some ways, just because they look like they're going so slowly, but still have to be careful. Makes sense to stand closer to the left in that respect, but of course we're always just kind of adjusting our position on the fly. It's never really going to be the same method or pattern every time. Oh, hit that, but not for long. Yeah, I think I'm very close to playing everything Grikowski made in Maker 2. I might have missed some of the earliest ones, and he pulled some for revision as well, because he's been sort of up against the 100 upload cap for some time, not even accounting for some of the Nintendo deletions. But I believe we've played through just about everything. And it was spread out over quite some time, so it's not like it was easy to keep track of this, but typically when I was doing a Maker backlog stream for my own selection, would usually deal in a couple of his. Especially because puzzle-wise, you know, many of them are comparatively short. Remarkably so, in fact, given that mechanics were usually still pretty engaging. But yeah, we need to figure out a method for low ceiling later. I mean, the method probably is just, you know, keep the shaman, but only have so much control over that outcome. There we go. Now, once we get a shaman, we can afford to go up high for a little bit. We'll stay here until the 5-bar segment, I think. Roughly. Because if you're far enough to the left, then the projectiles coming left to right can remain largely off screen. Oh, that's a problem. But of course, the problem with that is that you don't have much of a safety point to land on. I can go above, but it's we did go above previously, and that did not work out. We did go above, but I think it is a dead end. It just gives you a very disapproving sound effect all the way until it starts trying to drop thwomps on you. But the first time I got there, we went above, in fact, because that seemed to be the obvious thing to check. And the way it's set up, I don't think it's going to let me go to the axe. It seems to heavily indicate that it won't. Feels like I can go back to the lift on the left after the 5 bars? Possibly. Yeah, because if you're far enough to the left, then you know you don't have so many projectiles spawning on the right side. I can see that being the case. Oh, look at the forward, or rather backward momentum on the shell there. That was just way out of reach. Need to hit that a bit earlier. Catch it properly. Oh, no. Just missed a bounce there. Yeah, we'll see what happens, because everything gets a bit denser. I mean, if you have the helmet at that point, you're probably in good shape, but because there are projectiles that are coming down diagonally from the ceiling, once the low ceiling comes in, might be in a somewhat worse position. We don't really need to hit every projectile, obviously, but... it does affect the spawn timings, and want everything to feel as regular as possible. And we can do this for a while, but I do want to get over to the note block when it comes in. And that's going to be a problem if we're stuck here. Yeah, because we're just kind of zoned out from having access to... whoops. The Buzzy helmet. So we don't want to stay on that long. Particularly once the 5 bars come in, but... I mean, technically you can kind of stand here as well. As long as you're good about falling back in. Because then you can minimize the number of projectiles coming your way. Whoops. But I feel like we want to get the Buzzy helmet and get past the 5 bars before we mess around with that too much. Just stuff these a little bit. Oh, bad position. Oh, almost had it actually. We grabbed it on the way down and it just didn't have somewhere to land on to put the helmet on. So yeah, we'll try this method. It's a little more relaxed. Marginally. A little less variance to deal with. The problem, of course, is that it's not a very good position to be approaching the shell, so I think we go right after that. Whoops. Once we see the note block come in, we want to approach it early so we can drop the shell in a more advantageous location. Then at least we don't have as much to deal with on screen at a time. So, maybe we should be refining a method for this. Once we get past some of the initial incidents. yeah, just tuck yourself back in this way, and then we'll go for one of the bottom cannonballs when we see the note block coming in. Which will be soon, I think. Oh. Right idea, bad timing, because we were going for one of the bottom ones. We actually can catch the one from the right. That's on the third or fourth row down. Third or fourth from the bottom. And yeah, we'll just wait for that. We probably should have been working on methods like this instead of just grinding the jumps for so long, but that's okay. I was trying to get to the helmet as soon as I could, of course. We just didn't get into a very good situation there with everything coming out. And we'll let it all go. Don't want to be stuffing the left side for too long here, but... same mistake again. But yeah, that winged note block comes in pretty quickly, which is why the momentum of the shell coming out of it is something we do need to correct for. Oh, almost. That's good, actually. And we can just jump up through this at any time. If we want. Well, almost. Well, now we're in trouble. It was a good idea in theory, but we should have stayed up top. But... not a bad idea in theory, though. But we had a very good positioning for picking up the shell that time, where we could just naturally jump into it off the offset on a muncher. It's not always going to go that well. Oh. And yeah, we released the bullet just a tad too late. Rather, we didn't account for releasing it after stuffing the blaster for so long. So we'll try to account for that. It actually almost makes more sense to let these bullets go once, so they're on screen, and so you don't see the next ones yet for some time. Oop. Bad positioning that time. Whoops. But yeah, if we can get something consistent going here, this will be a lot more approachable. No. Always have a bit of momentum trouble adjusting for the boat that we're riding. Anyway, let's head over here. Just a terrible jump. We'll sort it out with time. Hopefully. I mean, we haven't been that deep in the ending sequence yet, so... what's presumably the ending sequence. Yeah, good. Alright, now let's just stay here until we have any reason to leave. Yeah, because now we're minimizing the spawns that we get on the right side, so just ride this down. The problem is that because we're doing such low bounces at this point, that bounces are a little bit frequent. I was trying to get down to the platform at that point now, and then we just didn't have an opportunity. Too many bounces. That was one of the better attempts, though. I was thinking about going down to the lower part of the platform, but of course we don't know what the ending looks like and how we'll get out of there from that point. Good. Oh, no, bad. That's okay. We'll just play through this partial handicap of losing the helmet. Here we have a fairly regular pattern up until the point that the ceiling lowers. Then perhaps we should head down. Not that soon, but I've been trying to find a good position to do it. It's just that the top projectile is designed to throw you off and disrupt the pattern that you have going on, so. Yeah, definitely astute when it comes to difficulty design, just not letting the player get too comfortable with one specific favorite cycle. Yeah, like I said, there is a possibility that I may have to cut off fairly soon. In which case, we'll continue where we left off, probably. I would like to get this one done, but we'll see how viable it is. I'll try to make at least one deep attempt over to the ceiling section, the low ceiling. Yeah, definitely making it through this profile slower than I imagined, because we have hit a couple of snags and roadblocks along the way, despite telling myself that I wouldn't grind too much. With so little time remaining in Maker 1, but I mean, we're doing it because it's satisfying, and because the levels have been inherently fun in their own way. But we will see. It's definitely a calmer pattern in some ways. Just stand on the left here, but we can't get too complacent about it. Particularly as to jump over to no block with a buzzy shell has been causing problems. Okay, that's fairly good. And then we'll see what we can do on this attempt afterwards. Probably we won't be able to make it too far after this one, and then we'll have to probably abort after this one, but let's just see if we can finish it out. give me just one moment. We'll be right back. Okay, unfortunately we do have to cut off for today. I was hoping to take it a little further, but yeah, we did make it back to the ceiling segment, and we'll take a look at the overall layout to see how much further we did need to go. And yeah, as you can see, if you take the top right, it absolutely doesn't let you get to the axe. Wasn't really that many columns we needed to make it across, actually, when it came to the final segment. There were only a couple of the diagonal cannons, and then it was a matter of surviving the bombs, so we probably could have made it. But we might begin the next stream with that instead. It's one that I might push through it for a bit, unlike the one yesterday that was just clearly not happening after a while. Again, we really didn't get through nearly as much as I hoped. But my ambition was to get through this profile this week for sure, and so we still have the last week open for some other things we want to do, including viewer or Discord levels on top of one or two last profiles that I want to close out. So, but occasionally we'll hit a bit of a difficulty snag along the way, and that's just something we have to deal with. So anyway, thank you for coming by today. We had plenty of conversation, particularly on this last level where we were kind of on autopilot for some time. But so we may or may not return to it, and regardless, it was kind of interesting to navigate our way through some of the other ones up to that point. Not much time remains in Maker 1, and we'll see how much of a cram this profile is going to be in the days ahead. For now, though, we are going to bid you a good night or good morning or whatever may be the case in the time zone of your choice, and we'll send you off elsewhere. So, thanks for watching. I hope we will actually get to finish Magatoro's profile with time to spare, because we do have a lot more content I want to see before the shutdown. But however it goes, and however much as we are able to get online to show you as much as we can of Maker 1 in its final days, have a great time at whatever your next destination may be. And as always, fare thee well.